Morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. May I please ask everyone to take their seats? We're not about to start. However, we need to ensure that everyone is seated. There will be no standing in this plenary or the next. So anyone who is not able to secure a seat is asked to proceed to plenary 2, plenary Al-Ghafat.
Yeah? Hello, Sissy. Oh, I like this dress. We looking very pretty.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask everyone to take their respective seats. We need to ensure that everyone is seated. For those who are not able to secure a seat in this room, our UN security colleagues will kindly ask you to proceed to plenary Al-Ghafat. Thank you.
That's my colleague.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in order for us to begin, we would like to ask everyone to please take their seats. Those of us who are not able to be seated in this room are kindly asked to proceed to plenary al-Ghafat. Thank you very much.
Good morning. May I kindly request Delegates, Excellencies, to please take your seats. Please take your seats so that we may begin.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, I am deeply grateful for all your hard work over the last 2 weeks and in particular over the last 48 hours. Through the nights and the early hours of the morning, we worked collectively for consensus. The presidency listened, engaged, and guided. I promised I would roll up my sleeves, and I promised I would be with you every step of the way. And you, my colleagues and friends, you did step up. You showed flexibility, and you put common interest ahead of self-interest. We have the basis to make transformational change happen. Let us finish what we have started. Let us unite, act, and now deliver. I declare open the 6th meeting of the CMA. I'd like to continue consideration of the decisions and conclusions recommended for adoption by the CMA. I will also report back on the outcomes of the consultations undertaken by the Presidency of relevance to the CMA. And I will report on the outcome of the consultations undertaken by the Presidency on building opportunities for youth to engage in the UNFCCC process. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 4, first global stocktake. At their plenary meetings on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded their work on this matter for further guidance. I requested Her Excellency Minister Barbara Creasy and His Excellency Mr. Dan Jongson to undertake further consultations on cross-cutting issues, while Joseph Tu and Alison Campbell finalized the third iteration of the textual building blocks. Over the last couple of days, my team and I have undertaken extensive consultations with parties on the draft decision, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all delegations for their engagement and guidance in this process. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Outcome of the First Global Stocktake, contained in document FCCPA/PA/2023/L.17. Hearing no objection, it is so decided.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, my dear friends, first, let me say Assalamu alaikum, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. We have traveled a long road together in a short amount of time. Over the last 2 weeks, we have worked very hard to secure a better future for our people and our planet. We should be proud of our historic achievement. And the United Arab Emirates, my country, is rightly proud of its role in helping you to move this forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the world needed to find a new way. And by following our North Star, we have found that new path. We have delivered a comprehensive response to the global stocktake and all other mandates. Together, we have confronted realities and we have set the world in the right direction. We have given it a robust action plan to keep 1.5 within reach. It is a plan that is led by the science. It is a balanced plan that tackles emissions, bridges the gap on adaptation, reimagines global finance, and delivers on loss and damage. It is built on common ground. It is strengthened by full inclusivity, and it is reinforced by collaboration. It is an enhanced, balanced, but make no mistake, historic package to accelerate climate action. It is the UAE consensus. Many said this could not be done. But when I spoke to you at the very start of this COP, I promised a different sort of COP. A COP that brought everyone together. Private and public sectors, civil society, NGOs, faith leaders, youth, and indigenous peoples. Everyone came together from day one. Everyone united. Everyone acted. And everyone delivered. We operationalized loss and damage and started to fill the fund. We mobilized more than 83 billion US dollars in new financial commitments. We launched Altera, the world's largest catalytic private investor that is 100% focused on solutions to climate change. And we delivered world first after world first. A global goal to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency. Declarations on agriculture, declarations on food, declarations on health. Many more oil and gas companies stepping up for the first time. Stepping up to deliver against very ambitious goals and objectives. And for the first time, to deliver on methane and emissions. And we have language on fossil fuel in our final agreement for the first time ever. All of these are world firsts. And all of these are crucial actions that will help shape a better, cleaner world with greater and more equitable prosperity. And then we became the first COP to host a change makers majlis. And I felt that that was the turning point in our negotiations. You reconnected with your spirit of collaboration. You got out of your comfort zones and started speaking to each other from the heart. And that, the Change Makers Majlis, made all the difference. Now, we can truly say that we united, and we acted, and we truly delivered. My friends, here let me sound a word of caution. An agreement is only as good as its implementation. We are what we do, not what we say. We must take the steps necessary to turn this agreement into tangible actions. If we unite in action, we can have a profoundly positive effect on all our futures. And I mean all our futures. Because inclusivity has been the beating heart of this conference. It kept us going during the difficult days. You never gave up on this process. A process that was driven by solidarity, transparency, and willingness to listen. And everyone has been heard, from indigenous peoples to global youth to global south. And as a result, we have delivered a paradigm shift that has the potential to redefine our economies. We have reframed the conversation around climate finance. We have integrated the real economy into climate action. And we have moved to a new mindset where solutions to climate challenge become the drivers of a new economic age. Colleagues and friends, it has been a personal privilege for me to have the opportunity to guide this conference. I am humbled by the commitment I have seen and the unwavering efforts I have personally witnessed. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all who made this happen. To every country who came and made this COP a success, I say thank you. To every single participant, everyone I met in this very special place, I say thank you. You have come in record numbers. You care deeply about the future of this wonderful planet, and so do I. And to you, the delegates who met me on your rest day, and at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., I also say thank you. And allow me to take this opportunity to express my deepest respect and gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates. I am deeply grateful for his confidence, his guidance, and constant support. I hope we made you proud, sir. I really hope that we made him proud. And to my family, who I have seen far too little over the last year. You inspire me and you motivate me. I wouldn't be standing here without you. To my team, who have worked non-stop for more than a year. And who have supported me every step of the way in this historic an unprecedented achievement. I also thank you. Our country has shown that we can deliver on the global stage for the benefit of the planet and its people. We have helped restore faith and trust in multilateralism, and we have shown that humanity can come together to help humanity. Colleagues, our task was to build on the foundations that others have laid for us. And I tell you, what we have built together will stand the test of time. Future generations may not know your names, but they will owe every single one of you a debt of gratitude. We leave Dubai with our heads held high, and our work goes on. In unity, and solidarity, we will walk the new path that the UAE consensus has set for the world. Together, we will follow our North Star. We will follow it from here to Baku to Belém. And together, we will secure the future of this beautiful planet for the many generations to come. And let me finish by saying this. I hope that the spirit of partnership, inclusivity, and peace that has welcomed you here in the UAE goes with you from this place and lives for the good of all humanity. I thank you. I thank you for this historic achievement, and allow me to say one more time, if it wasn't for your collective effort, we would not have been able to achieve this historic achievement. I thank you again. Executive Secretary Simon, I invite you to take the floor.
Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, friends. I want to start by thanking the United Arab Emirates for hosting us and for all they have sought to achieve. We needed this COP to send crystal clear signals on several fronts. We needed a global green light signaling it's all systems go on renewables, climate justice, and resilience. On this front, COP28 delivered some genuine strides forward, tripling renewables and doubling energy efficiency, a framework for the global goal on adaptation, operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund, and making an initial down payment. At every stage, climate action must strive forward, side by side, with human development, dignity, and opportunity. There will be reams of analysis of all the initiatives announced here in Dubai. They are a climate action lifeline, not a finish line. Now all governments and businesses need to turn these pledges into real economy outcomes without delay. COP28 also needed to signal a hard stop to humanity's core climate problem, fossil fuels and their planet-burning pollution. Whilst we didn't turn the page on the fossil fuel era in Dubai, this outcome is the beginning of the end. These climate conferences are, of course, a consensus-based process, meaning all parties must agree on every word, every comma, every full stop. This is not easy. It's not easy at all. Indeed, it underscores just how much these UN conferences have achieved in recent decades. Without them, we would be headed for close to 5 degrees of warming, an open and shut death sentence for our species. We're currently headed for just under 3 degrees. This still equates to mass human suffering, which is why COP28 needed to move the needle further. The global stocktake showed us clearly that progress is not fast enough, but undeniably it is gathering pace. I firmly believe this is because the political and economic logic is increasingly insurmountable. Human lives in huge numbers are being lost in every country, while fossil fuels hit household budgets and national budgets alike. Whilst there are vast benefits of bolder climate action, more security, stability and protection for 8 billion people, more jobs, greater economic growth, less pollution and better health, more empowerment of women as powerful agents of change, more harnessing of nature and its best custodians. Which brings me to what comes next. This is very clear. We must get on with the job of putting the Paris Agreement to full work. In early 2025, countries must deliver new nationally determined contributions. Every single commitment on finance, adaptation and mitigation must bring us in line with a 1.5 degree world. Countries must prepare and submit their first ever biennial transparency reports by the end of next year. As UN climate change, we will keep working to improve the process and help parties go further, faster and fairer. I want to pay tribute to all my colleagues at UN Climate Change for their unfailing professionalism and commitment. Colleagues, I thank you for doing everything possible to keep us on the straight and narrow, and always with one eye on our planet, quite literally around the clock. Delegates, you deserve the support you need to have all information, facts and facilities available in a good working order. So allow me to also flag that UN climate change is now creaking under the weight of mandated processes and work streams. Through the first global stocktake, many parties called for various work programs, bodies, processes and stakeholders to immediately step up their support in response to the GST outcome, helping enable more ambition and implementation of NDCs. Our budget is currently less than half funded, and so I ask you to address this. Otherwise, it will be impossible to fulfill parties' core requirements and expanded demands going forward. My final message is to ordinary people everywhere, raising their voices for change. Every one of you is making a real difference. In the crucial coming years, your voices and determination will be more important than ever. So I urge you never to relent. Delegates, friends, we are still in this race. We will be with you every single step of the way. I thank you. Shukran.
Thank you, Simon. I see parties have requested the floor. May I ask your indulgence to allow me to first adopt other key decisions, then I will give you the floor. I thank you for your understanding. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 5, Work Programme on Just Transition Pathways referred to in the relevant paragraphs of Decision 1/CMA.4. At their plenary meetings on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance. I requested Marianne Carlson and Simon Cardy to undertake consultations on my behalf to conclude the work. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Work Programme on Just Transition Pathways referred to in the relevant paragraphs of Decision 1/CMA.4 contained in document FCCMA/PA/CMA/2023/L.14. Hearing no objections. Okay. I propose this work programme is referred to as the UAE Just Transition Work Programme. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Programme referred in Decision 4/CMA.4. At their plenary meetings on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance. I requested Carlos Fuller and Kay Harrison to undertake consultations on my behalf to conclude the work. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to mitigation were conducted by Her Excellency Minister Grace Fu and His Excellency Minister Aspen Barth-Aid. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Programme referred in Decision 4/CMA.4 contained in document FCCMA/PA/CMA/2023/L.16. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 8, Matters Relating to Adaptation, Sub-Items 8A, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in Decision 7/CMA.3. At their plenary meeting on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance. I requested the chairs of the subsidiary bodies to conduct consultations on my behalf on specific issues within the Global Goal on Adaptation. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to adaptation were conducted by Her Excellency Minister Meisa Rojas and Her Excellency Minister Jennifer McAllister. I invite the CMA to adopt draft decision entitled Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in Decision 7/CMA.3 contained in document FCCMA/PA/CMA/2023/L.18. I invite the CMA to adopt draft decision entitled Presidency Youth Climate Champion as contained in FCCC/2023/L.13/FCCMA.2023/L.15. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I propose to call the decisions we have adopted, the loss and damage funding arrangement and fund, the global stocktake, the work program on just transition, the mitigation work program, global goal on adaptation, youth climate champion as the UAE consensus. Allow me now to turn to the floor. I see a request from Samoa. Samoa, you have the floor.
I thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me thank you and your team, as well as the Secretariat, for all your hard work. We didn't want to interrupt the standing ovation when we came into the room, but we are a little confused about what happened. It seems that you just gavelled the decisions and the small island developing states were not in the room. We were working hard to coordinate the 39 small island states, developing states that are disproportionately affected by climate change, and so we were delayed in arriving here. So allow me, Mr. President, to deliver the statement that we were going to deliver before this text was adopted before us. EOSIS at the beginning of this COP had one objective: to ensure that 1.5 is safeguarded in a meaningful way. Our leaders and ministers have been clear. We cannot afford to return to our islands with the message that this process has failed us. This first GSD is of particular significance. It is the only GSD that matters for ensuring that we can still limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. The draft text you have presented to us contains many good elements. We see strong references to the science, complemented by a clear runway with milestones for strengthening party efforts to prepare and submit enhanced NDCs through to 2025. We also welcome the establishment of the Technology Implementation Program. These elements are important. The questions we have considered as the Alliance of Small Island States is whether they are enough. Zoning in on paragraph 26 and 29 of this decision, we have come to the conclusion that the course correction that is needed has not been secured. We have made an incremental advancement over business as usual, when what we really needed is an exponential step change in our actions and support. Mr. President, in paragraph 26, we do not see any commitment or even an invitation from parties to peak emissions by 2025. We reference the science throughout the text and even in this paragraph, but then we refrain from an agreement to take the relevant action in order to act in line with what the science says we have to do. It is not enough for us to reference the science and then make agreements that ignore what the science is telling us we need to do. This is not an approach that we should be asked to defend. Mr. President, on paragraph 28, we are exceptionally concerned that this does not do what we need. In subpara 28D, the exclusive focus on energy systems is disappointing. We are concerned that paragraphs 28E and H potentially take us backward rather than forward. In subpara E, we are being asked to endorse technologies that could result in actions that undermine our efforts. In subpara H, we see a litany of loopholes. It doesn't deliver on a subsidy phase-out, and it doesn't advance us beyond the status quo. Mr. President, on paragraph 11, we have requested repeatedly that this be moved to the preamble to be in line with the Paris Agreement. We do not want to renegotiate the Paris Agreement. This reasonable request has been ignored. We do not consider para 11 to have any effect on the obligations and benefits contained in the Paris Agreement and Convention on the Special Circumstances of the SIDS and LDCs. Mr. President, we must leave here with a set of decisions that meet the magnitude of the climate crisis, that meet the expectations that the world has of us, and that meet what is needed to secure the future of the coming generations. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Samoa. We understand your concern and we take note of your statement and will reflect it in this report. On the 7th review of the financial mechanism, Ambassador Tosi Mapano conducted consultations on my behalf on the way forward regarding the proposal from the United States on the 7th review of the financial mechanism. I will turn back to the floor. Pakistan, you have the floor. Pakistan.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellency, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by complimenting the COP presidency for closing successfully a historic COP. Bringing consensus to such critical, historic and momentous decision-making speaks of the leadership skills, commitment, integrity of purpose and perseverance of the COP President. Thank you, sir. Excellency, please allow me to share a personal anecdote. This summer, when I was talking to my son, I told him this is the hottest summer we are going through, and his reply was, "No, Dad, this is the coolest summer we are living. The next one is going to be worse." Our future generation is losing hope, but ladies and gentlemen, 14 days of continuous engagement with my colleagues gives me a new hope, the hope that we can still make this planet a better place for our generations to come. I take with me a sense of support, a sense of commitment, shared responsibility, respect for each country's needs, and unity in fighting the common challenge of climate change. The journey, ladies and gentlemen, from rhetoric to reality is difficult but not impossible, and we are witnessing it right now. I reassure this August forum of our fullest commitment and devotion in meeting the targets set in the Paris agreements and building towards a better tomorrow for all of us. Before I end, I would want to thank the COP presidency, the government of UAE, UNFCCC management, and most importantly, entire support staff, interpreters, staff on duty, security staff, who were there 24/7 to support us. They definitely need a big round of applause. I thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Pakistan. May I ask Brazil to take the floor? Brazil, you have the floor.
Agradeço imensamente aos Emirados Árabes Unidos e, em especial, ao presidente da COP pela grande hospitalidade, pelo firme e dedicado empenho de ter nos trazido até aqui. Agradeço igualmente ao papel desempenhado pela sociedade civil, representada em todos os setores, nos fazendo fortes cobranças para nos lembrar do sentido de urgência nas decisões que aqui tomarmos. Estamos agora em condições de aprovarmos um acordo basilar que dá continuidade aos compromissos que assumimos no âmbito do Acordo de Paris. O compromisso que estamos assumindo aqui redireciona nossas ambições, mas também nossas responsabilidades. O nosso comprometimento em todas as suas dimensões: mitigação, adaptação e meios de implementação. Alinhados a 1.5 são agora incontornáveis. Nós estamos felizes da decisão do estabelecimento de uma troika Emirados Árabes Unidos, Azerbaijão e Brasil para fazermos, nestes 2 anos, o que a ciência nos diz, ser a última janela de oportunidade para redirecionar nossas ações para 1.5. Como disse o presidente Lula nos seus discursos no início dessa COP, não podemos sair daqui sem a firme decisão de enfrentar o debate sobre o ritmo lento da descarbonização do planeta e trabalhar por uma economia menos dependente de combustíveis fósseis. A nossa próxima tarefa é alinhar os meios de implementação e necessários, assegurando a fundamental premissa da transição justa. É fundamental que os países desenvolvidos tomem a dianteira na transição rumo ao fim dos combustíveis fósseis e assegure os meios necessários para os países em desenvolvimento poderem implementar suas ações de mitigação e adaptação. O desafio de concretizar a missão 1.5 depende do esforço de todos e, principalmente, no comprometimento de todos em alinhar suas próximas NDCs a este objetivo. E o Brasil se sente feliz e honrado em ajudar nesta tarefa em que quem sabe, podermos celebrar juntos na COP30 na Amazônia, em Belém do Pará. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Brazil. May I ask the United States to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. That's on. Mr. President, I want to first thank the entire UAE team and all the other parties and the Secretariat for the extraordinary work over the past 2 weeks to finalize this first global stocktake. I think as you look around this room and you look at the number of people who are here, it underscores the complications, the difficulties, the fundamental challenge of bringing 200 countries together and finding consensus. I think that everybody here should be pleased that in a world of Ukraine and the Middle East war and all the other challenges of a planet that is foundering, this is a moment where multilateralism has actually come together and people have taken individual interests and attempted to define the common good. That is hard. It's the hardest thing in diplomacy. It's the hardest thing in politics. And I think everybody here should feel good that while all of us can find a paragraph or sentences or sections where we would have said it differently, where we would have liked it not to appear, we would have liked something else to appear. But in a multilateral venue, to have as strong a document as has been put together, I find, is cause for optimism, cause for gratitude, and cause for some significant congratulations to everybody here. I am in awe of the spirit of cooperation that has brought everybody together. And I think the applause that we just saw for the AOSIS states is a clarion call to all of us about our obligation and responsibility over these next months to make sure we're reaching as far as we can to implement as fast as we can. So I thank the UAE team and the Secretariat for pulling everybody together, for having the courage to put some things on the table for the first time ever. It is a document that reflects 2 years of work by all parties with over 700,000 pages of inputs from every constituency, from every part of the globe. And I'd particularly like to thank two individuals, Farhan Akhtar and Harold Winkler, who sort of quietly behind the scenes provided leadership in the technical assessment over the last 18 months. Now, while nobody here will see their views completely reflected in a consensus document of so many nations, the fact is that this document sends very strong messages to the world. First, the document highlights that we have to adhere to keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. That is the North Star. And we, therefore, must do those things necessary to keep the 1.5, everything we can to achieve this goal. And in particular, it states that our next NDCs will be aligned with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. I think everyone has to agree. This is much stronger and clearer as a call on 1.5 than we have ever heard before. And it clearly reflects what the science says. To keep 1.5 degrees within reach, we have to urgently peak greenhouse gas emissions and reduce them by a minimum of 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035. That is a goal that can keep us on track. The direction to triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency, phase down unabated coal power, halt and reverse deforestation and degradation by 2030, and substantially reduce non-CO2 emissions by 2030 are all foundational to our efforts for the next 7 years and beyond. And for the first time in the history of our regime, the decision, supported by all nations of the world, calls for transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems so as to achieve net zero by 2050. That is clear. And we would have liked clearly, many people here would have liked clearer language about the need to begin peaking and reducing fossil fuels in this critical decade. But we know this was a compromise between many parties. In particular, we would highlight that the use of any transitional fuels needed to be aligned with 1.5 degrees, which means if people adhere to that, that they will play a limited and temporary role in facilitating the effort to largely phase out fossil fuels in our energy systems by 2050, with abatement technologies focusing on hard-to-abate sectors. On adaptation, COP28 has successfully delivered a framework for the global goal on adaptation that will provide critical momentum to accelerate actions and increase resilience. It sets out in much greater detail how we will pursue and achieve the global goal on adaptation and how those efforts will be supported in coming years. On finance, this outcome makes abundantly clear that we must transform the international financial system to pursue and achieve our climate goals. The global stocktake underscores that we must continue to drive investments in climate action at all levels, put policies in place to incentivize change, and shift finance away from the things that put our shared prosperity at risk. And it makes clear that we will stand by and support our partners in developing countries every step of the way as they take ambitious steps to build clean energy systems and resilient futures for everyone. Mr. President, both the Paris Agreement and the global stocktake decision that we just adopted emphasized the importance of preparing and updating long-term strategies to reduce emissions and enhance resilience. 2 years ago, the United States and China committed in our Shanghai joint statement to update our long-term strategies by the Glasgow COP, which we both did. Most recently, we both issued the Sunnyland Statement, which we hope made a positive contribution to this COP. And today, I would join with Xi Jinping and Chinese delegation in announcing that the United States and China both intend, based on the many initiatives set out in the global stocktake decisions, we will again update our long-term strategies, and we invite other parties to join us in doing so. This decision and other key decisions of the CMA, including the Global Goal on Adaptation, establish critical work going forward to give effect to the global stocktakes recommendations. We look forward to working with all of our partners here to achieve these ambitions. And again, I say how deeply impressive I believe this multilateral effort is. I thank everybody here. The spirit of cooperation is palpable and significant, and I think a major statement by all countries participating about what we would like to see in so many other sectors of global relationships in this day and age. I thank all for the efforts here and for what we have accomplished. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, U.S. May I invite Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, for giving Bangladesh the floor. And let me first congratulate you and your team for the excellent work. If you recall, if I may share a personal conversation that I had with you when you visited Bangladesh towards the beginning of the year, I had said that this COP was going to be a litmus test for multilateralism. And I had also flagged the issue that the UN process, as it is currently structured, relies on consensus. And we also don't have an approved terms of reference for the entire COP process. It's been over 30 years, but still we have not been able to agree. So those were constraints. And I think what is perhaps one of the most impressive parts of this COP is, unlike in the past when we have all tried to hide behind the term consensus, we have tried to use that to protect our national positions. This is the first time that we have perhaps come out of our respective comfort zones and tried to look at the bigger picture. And we have all along said that consensus has to be on the basis of science. When the first draft was presented, we expressed, and we didn't mince words, that we were extremely disappointed because it didn't capture the ambition, and the North Star that you talked about, I said, was now hiding behind dark clouds. I think over the last 2 days, thanks to the work and your initiative and that of your team, and our collective will, because at the end of the day, this is a member-driven process, and we have to really decide what we want to achieve. We have been able to remove those clouds. And what I see as significant is that this is the 28th COP. Between COP1 and COP27, we basically moved from one COP to the other. And here I think we have not just transitioned, there is a potential of a game-changing outlook in terms of how we look at the COP processes, and we thank you, your leadership and the team in that regard. The 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, and we have made it abundantly clear, this is not a political ask. This is not countries such as Bangladesh, LDCs, and climate vulnerable countries are asking for. It's not a political statement. It is the absolute upper limit that science tells us we can go to. And we feel that this then shapes the entire discourse in terms of mitigation, adaptation, funding, loss and damage, the entire chain. And let us not forget that the better we are at keeping temperature increase to within 1.5, the lesser will be the resources needed for adaptation. The lighter will be the burden on loss and damage. So this is critical. And as we unpack the text of the GST, I'm sure there will be issues which will require further clarification, which will require further discussion. And that the fundamental principle that we are going to have is the 1.5. So this is the spirit that we take out from here. When you convened the Majlis, Your Excellency, I think you used the words to the effect that we come in here with problems, with solutions, with fears, with apprehensions, and we want to go out of the Majlis with a solution. I think we are on the path to a solution through COP28, and again, we thank you for your initiative. Trust, solidarity is going to be absolutely imperative. Even if we had the perfect text, and we know that no text can be perfect, and this text is also not perfect, but it lays the foundation, given continued trust, given continued goodwill, given continued empathy, given continued solidarity, we can build on it. And I think that is what we take back. Of course, we would have liked more specificity, more concrete steps. Adaptation is really a life and death issue for a lot of parties who are represented around the table. We cannot compromise on adaptation. We cannot compromise on lives and livelihoods. So the finance delivery, rather than just reporting what has been done, should actually be geared towards action to delivering the resources that we need. And that is absolutely fundamental. So as we go back with certainly better spirits, we also have to keep in mind that the real test is delivery on this. And if I may say so, we came to UAE and we looked upon it as the Asia Cup. We wanted to show that not just UAE, but Asia can also deliver. And I think all of us, and I thank all of the delegates that we have been able to do that. At least we have got off to a start. This is not the finish line. We have started on a line where everyone starts together. And I think this is the real achievement of this COP. UAE, as we know, and Dubai is a city of dreams. The impossible comes true. And this is a nation that was diving for pearls for thousands of years. And you are now reaching for the furthest stars in the galaxy. Let us also reach for that. And I believe that this COP is really going to set the tone for all future COPs. Let us have that trust. Let us have that empathy. Let us have that solidarity so that we can, in fact, when we look back at this COP 5 or 10 years from now, we can say that this was indeed, in delivery, a game-changing COP. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I'd like to invite Bolivia to take the floor. Bolivia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Bolivia habla en su posición nacional. Hemos cumplido 8 años desde la adopción del Acuerdo de París. El año 2015, la comunidad global decidió abordar la lucha contra la crisis climática con base en la equidad, con base en la diferenciación entre países desarrollados y países en desarrollo. Sin embargo, estos 8 años, los países desarrollados han trabajado intensamente para erosionar y borrar estos principios y transferir sus obligaciones vinculantes a los países en desarrollo. Al adoptar hoy la decisión del primer balance global, declaramos con gran pesar y enorme preocupación que los principios de la Convención y del Acuerdo de París se han deteriorado y disminuido un poco más. Bolivia no apoya y nunca apoyará la profundización de un mundo más injusto e inequitativo para luchar contra la crisis climática. Más capitalismo y más mercados no son la solución para los problemas que se derivan del capitalismo y los mercados. Más inequidad e injusticia no son la solución para los problemas de la inequidad y la injusticia en el mundo. No podemos apoyar resultados que lleven al mundo hacia una nueva era de implementación de la Convención y el Acuerdo de París sin equidad, sin responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, sin diferenciación entre países desarrollados y países en desarrollo y sin medios de implementación y financiamiento concretos para los países en desarrollo. Los países desarrollados no han asumido tomar la iniciativa en la lucha contra la crisis climática, no aceptan cambiar sus estilos de vida y esto pone en mayor riesgo la vida de las personas en nuestra parte del mundo. Hablamos mucho de 1.5 grados, hablamos mucho de ciencia, pero los países desarrollados que tienen planes de expansión de los combustibles fósiles hacia el 2050 van en contra de la ciencia misma, de la que están hablando. En el mundo real, señor presidente, la estrella polar está cada vez más fuera de nuestro alcance. Es importante mantener vivo 1.5 grados, esto es importante para la humanidad y para la defensa de la madre tierra. Pero ¿cómo vamos a lograr esto sin diferenciación, sin compromisos vinculantes para trabajar en el marco de la equidad? Para ser equitativos y para trabajar con un mundo equitativo, los países desarrollados deberían haber propuesto alcanzar 0 combustibles fósiles ahora, en esta plenaria, pero posponen sus compromisos para el año 2050. Los países desarrollados responsables de la gran expansión en el mundo de la producción de combustibles fósiles son ahora los campeones de la estrella polar, son los campeones de mantener 1.5 grados a nuestro alcance. Los países desarrollados hablan mucho de financiación, de que no hay financiación para el cambio climático, pero ponen enormes cantidades de dinero para financiar una enorme maquinaria industrial y para la guerra en el planeta. Los países desarrollados hablan mucho de derechos humanos mientras provocan el genocidio de nuestros hermanos de Palestina. Los países desarrollados hablan mucho de su mayor ambición en la lucha contra la crisis climática, ante la mirada de los medios de comunicación, pero en las salas de negociación de esta conferencia simplemente están obstruyendo, creando distorsión, confusión y añadiendo complejidad a todas las cuestiones que son prioritarias para los países en desarrollo. Los países desarrollados, en lugar de cumplir sus promesas, han optado por no respetar los acuerdos internacionales, mientras continúan insistiendo en que se deben imponer más reglas y objetivos a los países en desarrollo, aumentando el colonialismo, la desigualdad, la injusticia, el hambre y la pobreza en el mundo. Imponer objetivos para todos para el año 2050 va en contra del Acuerdo de París y refuerza el camino del colonialismo, creando mayores dependencias institucionales y financieras de los países del sur con respecto a los países del norte. Nos resistimos, presidente, a ser nuevamente víctimas de un nuevo colonialismo, que es el colonialismo de carbono. Nos resistimos a ser tratados como personas y países que carecemos de nuestro derecho al desarrollo. Se necesita un cambio de paradigma, presidente. Es necesario cambiar el paradigma actual de los países desarrollados que está basado en la procrastinación, el colonialismo, la injusticia climática y la injusticia social. Tenemos que cambiar un nuevo paradigma basado en la cooperación, la solidaridad internacional, en la equidad y en la provisión de medios de implementación. Bolivia, presidente, acompaña el consenso de la declaración del pacto del primer balance global con la siguiente reserva. Bolivia hace una reserva a los artículos de la decisión del primer balance global que contravienen la implementación del Acuerdo de París, en el marco de la operacionalización de los principios de equidad y responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, así como el artículo 4.7 de la Convención y la provisión de financiamiento y medios de implementación, así como los artículos 9, 10 y 11 del Acuerdo de París y, en particular, el artículo 4, párrafo 5. Bolivia hace una reserva en particular al artículo 28 del primer balance global, porque no incorpora los principios de equidad y responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas de la Convención y del Acuerdo de París. No existe ninguna referencia a la diferenciación entre países desarrollados y países en desarrollo, y al hecho de que los países desarrollados deben asumir el liderazgo en la lucha contra la crisis climática. Tampoco existe una mención explícita a la provisión de financiamiento y medios de implementación por parte de los países desarrollados para avanzar en las contribuciones de los países en desarrollo hacia el cumplimiento de las metas globales establecidas. Bolivia interpreta que todas las contribuciones del Estado plurinacional de Bolivia al cumplimiento de los esfuerzos globales de lucha contra la crisis climática dependen de la provisión de financiamiento para las metas condicionadas establecidas por el país en su contribución nacionalmente determinada en el marco de la implementación del enfoque del vivir bien en armonía con la madre tierra. Pedimos que esta declaración se incorpore en los reportes de esta reunión. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Bolivia. Thank you, Bolivia. Colleagues, dear parties, may I ask you to keep your statements short, please? May I ask that you maintain a cap of 3 minutes, please? 3 minutes maximum. And yes, of course, you can submit your statements in writing on the UNFCCC website. And yes, your statements will be reflected in the report. We have a lot of work before us, and I would like to conclude our work in a timely manner. Allow me now to ask the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Let me start by wholeheartedly thanking the Presidency and Dr. Sultan, you in particular, for your leadership, your vision, but also your tremendous tenacity, and that of your team and the team of Simon Steele for all their work and all their contributions. And dear friends, let me also say that we have found it a tremendous privilege to work alongside all of you, from wherever you are, from Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, North America, Asia, the Pacific, and the Middle East, to team up, to bridge the divide, and to unite. Because, dear friends, when we are all long gone, our children and our children's children and their children will be there to deal with all the things we have left for them, the good and the bad. And with them in mind, and with that in mind, it makes this a day of gratitude, a day of solemn satisfaction, and maybe also of silent determination. And a day to salute the fact that humanity has finally done what is long, long, long overdue. 30 years. 30 years we've spent to arrive at the beginning of the end of fossil fuels, and to bridge our ambition on adaptation, finance and mitigation, to get concrete and actionable on 1.5, as scientists have urged us to do for so long. And to all our friends from around the world who will continue to need our help, the islands in particular, I want you to know, and I will say to you, that we will stand with you in unity during this transition for as long as is necessary. Because prosperity within the planetary boundaries is there to be had for all of us. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you. Colleagues, friends, dear President, we came here to assess and take stock. We knew that the Paris Agreement first cycle needed to deliver, but what we did was not enough. We wanted to draw lessons that could facilitate the way forward to ensure that we keep the 1.5 within reach. To enable a more effective response to the climate challenges, working together in building climate justice and easing the way for a much more secure future for all. Not everything is done, but we have taken a very important step forward. As the Commissioner has said, it has taken more than 30 years since Rio to focus on how to go beyond a fossil-fueled world, to start a new discussion on finance being all climate-proof, to raise the bar on adaptation on a cooperative basis, to respond to the very legitimate demands of the most vulnerable countries to count on mechanisms to address losses and damages caused by climate impacts. We align our goals and aspirations to those in the High Ambition Coalition, and very much, in particular, to the most vulnerable parties. We pay attention to what Samoa has said, to what Bangladesh has said. Climate justice still needs our engagement, our work. We enter into a new phase, but it would be very important to engage more, to do more. That this step forward and our commitment, our joint commitment, delivers much more in this very critical decade, to work in a united manner, to act, to deliver. We welcome and thank the strong work and leadership shown by the COP presidency and his team, by the Secretariat, but also by all delegates. Climate science, activists, this is something where we can recognize a little bit or much coming from all of us. We welcome the committed dedication of all. We think that the most relevant thing here is that science and the 1.5 goal are at the center of the whole package. It needs to drive our action on climate, all to contribute, all committed. Friends, colleagues, it's time to do much more. We take a step forward, ensuring a sharp decline on emissions in line with the 1.5, peaking by 2025. 43 decline on emissions by 2030 and 60% by 2030 is demanded by the IPCC, is reflected in this test. This means building on climate justice. We need to provide a strong and clear message on the need to work on many different fields, but in particular, to accelerate action in energy transition and access to energy for all, to halt and reverse deforestation, to take into consideration biodiversity as the most relevant issues where people, where humankind can build and keep on building prosperity. Adaptation is at the forefront and takes on the relevance it needs. Still, much needs to be done, but we understand that we need to work much more to ensure common goods such as fresh water, health, biodiversity or food security. Early warning systems are very important. Delivering on loss and damage, changing the way we address climate in the international financial institutions, doubling adaptation funding, are only the first step forwards. Back home, we Europeans are committed. Current action, current legislation ensures we will be doing more than 57% reduction by 2030. And we are committed in our legislation to achieve net zero by 2050 at the latest. We think that we need to provide public assistance, but it is also a task to go beyond that, to keep on doing things to ensure that climate-proof is the new reality when talking about prosperity. We are committed not to leave anyone behind. There are many things that we miss in this text, but we sincerely think that this is a very relevant and positive step forward, and we are very happy to take this step forward with you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, EU. May I ask Cuba to take the floor? Cuba, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente. Reconocemos la importancia y los resultados alcanzados en esta conferencia, para lo cual ha sido decisivo el papel de la presidencia emiratí y su equipo de trabajo en la búsqueda de posiciones comunes en un contexto que configura esta COP como una de las más complejas, sino la más difícil desde la adopción del Acuerdo de París en 2015. Las dificultades que hoy enfrentamos tienen múltiples causas. Entre ellas destaca, y ha sido aquí reiteradamente mencionada, el incremento de las emisiones y el constante cierre de la ventana de tiempo para mantener el aumento de la temperatura por debajo de 1.5 grados. Ese crucial objetivo ha sido caracterizado aquí como nuestra estrella guía, pero lo cierto es que más allá de ese propósito hay en el firmamento toda una constelación de propósitos que deberíamos poder alcanzar de manera balanceada, incluyendo los objetivos encaminados a la erradicación de la pobreza y alcanzar un desarrollo sostenible con equidad. Nuestro compromiso con el régimen climático es firme, como lo manifiesta nuestra contribución nacionalmente determinada. En Cuba estamos dispuestos a hacer más y tenemos el propósito político de transformar a renovables toda nuestra matriz energética en un 100%. Pero para ello no bastan los deseos y la voluntad. Se requieren cuantiosos recursos que a nivel doméstico tienen que competir con las necesidades de la adaptación, las pérdidas y daños y el balance de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Esa es la disyuntiva que enfrentamos los países en desarrollo. Por tanto, las decisiones que aquí tomemos deben ser totalmente coherentes con nuestras realidades. No por reiterado debemos dejar de enfatizar que el principal obstáculo hacia la meta de 1.5 está en el negativo legado de emisiones de los países desarrollados y su incumplimiento reiterado hasta hoy de los compromisos financieros en ayuda a los países en desarrollo. En esa lista de responsabilidades hay que contar también la obsoleta, injusta y desbalanceada arquitectura financiera internacional, donde gravita sobre las economías de los países en desarrollo la crisis económica global, el peso abrumador de la deuda externa y un sistema de comercio internacional cada vez más excluyente, en virtud del cual nuestros países enfrentan las consecuencias de la creciente imposición de medidas unilaterales bajo pretextos ambientales y por razones de carácter eminentemente político, como es el caso de Cuba. Señor presidente, a todos aquellos que han estado presionando aquí para asumir metas y compromisos que nada tienen que ver con nuestras responsabilidades ni circunstancias nacionales, les invitamos a hacer una reflexión profunda una vez retornen a sus países. Piensen en la historia, en cómo llegamos hasta aquí, en el despojo y la explotación a que fueron sometidas nuestros pueblos y que sirvió de base para un desarrollo que ahora nos está pasando factura en forma de cambio climático. Analicen sus propios deberes y obligaciones y tal vez eso les permita llegar a la próxima COP con los mensajes de responsabilidad, humildad y empatía necesarios para alcanzar mayores resultados. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Cuba. I'd like to invite Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by recognising your personal leadership, tenacity, patience and courage. I know you've made many friends over the last year, and I know will remain friends for many years to come because of your personal leadership. You promised a strong result, and today we are delivering a strong result. Mr. President, I speak on behalf of the umbrella group of countries. The discussion at Dubai over the last 2 weeks has led to important milestones in our work to combat the climate crisis. We came together in solidarity at the beginning of this conference to agree to groundbreaking work on loss and damage. The new fund shows what we can do when we come together with an intent to deliver real outcomes. We've agreed to an ambitious new framework on the global goal on adaptation, which is very important. It elevates the role of adaptation within globally applicable targets to lay out a direction of travel and galvanise action and support. But undeniably, Mr. President, the central part of our discussions at COP28 has been the future of fossil fuels in our energy systems. Earlier this week, we called for more than a step forward, and today the world has stepped up. The outcome does not go as far as many of us asked for, starting with some of the most vulnerable countries, but the message it sends is clear, that all nations of the world have acknowledged the reality that our future is in clean energy and the age of fossil fuels will end. The global stocktake also shows that nations of the world have come a long way under the Paris Agreement. 87% of the global economy is now covered by a climate neutrality target, and almost all countries have commitments to cut emissions. But the stocktake also shows us we have a long way to go, that we need a step change to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. The stocktake affirms the latest science that we will need to cut global emissions by 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035. We stand behind its call for future NDCs to be aligned with 1.5 degrees. This is the guiding North Star as countries prepare more ambitious NDCs. We stand behind its calls for NDCs to have economy-wide emissions reduction targets covering all sectors, gases and categories. We stand behind its call for a tripling of renewable energy, doubling of energy efficiency and substantially reducing non-CO2 emissions. We must take every opportunity. Global Dialogues under the Mitigation Work Programme has provided rich examples of such opportunities in the energy and in the transport sector. It's disappointing that the decision this year does not reflect on these discussions and that a few countries have withheld progress on this important issue and the chance to elevate investment and opportunities for all countries. This delay cannot continue. We welcome the strengthened Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue on aligning finance flows with low emissions and climate resilient development. This is an important area of work to reach the scale of global investment needed to reach 1.5 degrees. The new collective qualified finance goal due to be agreed next year is a pivotal moment to deliver urgent and necessary support for developing countries. We're pleased to see this acknowledgement and that the new goal must draw on the widest range of sources, including both public and private finance flows, domestic and international, both provided and mobilised. It needs to deliver a system transformation because the world has changed a lot in the last 30 years. Countries' capacities and circumstances have evolved dramatically since 1992, and so must their responsibilities. It's time, Mr. President, to have that discussion. because we need to pull every lever to achieve the scale of climate finance the world needs to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. We note the outcomes of the Just Transition Work Programme. We must support our workers and communities who've powered our countries for generations to an empowered future with good jobs. The language on human rights is deeply concerning. Human rights are not something that parties can be encouraged to take into account. Human rights must be respected, promoted and fulfilled. We welcome the decision on the Youth Climate Champion and note it complements the diversity of youth voices in the process and important role that Youngo plays. Parties, the next 2 years will be a true test of the Paris Agreement. We will have bent the curve or we will have lost 1.5. We must join together in the highest possible ambition. This week shows what's possible when the world comes together. We need to take this energy home and turn it into action. Mr. President, just a few brief comments on Australia's behalf. I want to personally recognise the role of the Pacific countries in this process. The Pacific has long called for the highest possible ambition to keep 1.5 alive. And while this outcome today might not have fully met their calls, their voices are being heard. The message from this COP on the urgency of the energy transition is loud and clear. We must now deliver. Mr. President, again, let me conclude by thanking you for your leadership. There's been ups and downs in this process, but this is undeniably an historic COP, and we thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Australia. I'd like to invite Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group, comprising Georgia, Liechtenstein, Mexico, Monaco, the Republic of Korea, and Switzerland. Let me first thank you and your team and the Secretariat for the hard work you delivered, not only over the last 2 weeks, but also about the last months. Mr. Chair, this is a crucial moment. For the first time, humanity is coming together in its diversity to agree on a managed transition away from the one resource which has enabled so much development. And for the first time, we decide that we want this transition to be just, to benefit all, and to respond to the urgency according to science. We stand by a clear message. The future is not fossil fuels, because there is no world where we can keep 1.5 alive if we continue investing in fossil fuels. And there is no equity in a world above 1.5. The energy package is a start, but it's not enough. The signal we give to decision makers and investors are absolutely critical. We need the energy package to be more precise and quantified and to deliver a sense of urgency. We need to define this further as we move to Belém in 2025. We need a commitment to follow up on its objectives on a yearly basis, and we are determined to bring accountability to the energy transition. What happens next year to respond to the outcomes of COP28 will be critical. The moment of truth that will define whether COP28 is the crucial milestone will be when countries submit their new climate targets. The elements are there for a good response, but everyone needs to be fully engaged. We welcome the encouragement for all countries to move towards economy-wide NDCs and to peak global emissions by 2025. We look forward to the capacity-building workshops, and we look forward to working with the presidencies to build political momentum around the highest possible ambition in submitting new NDCs, including with those who have the most contribute to the Paris Agreement. We are pleased to see the adoption of new targets for adaptation, which allow us to prioritize adaptation actions across water, health, ecosystem, and especially vulnerable ecosystems like oceans, mountains, and the cryosphere. They clearly lay out the actions that governments are expected to take. It is clear that we need to accelerate our work to make all financial flows consistent with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. We would have liked to see a much stronger signal in this regard, but appreciate that we can at least strengthen our dialogue on 21C and look forward to working with parties to unlock and shift global capital towards our common objectives. We further welcome the new dialogue on implementation, which will give us the opportunity to ensure that our collective actions support and broader financial flows will allow us to meet objectives set out in this global stocktake and take us to a low-emission and climate-resilient future. We regret losing references to conflict sensitivity, gender responsiveness, and respect for human rights on loss and damage. Those are crucial elements to make our support effective and to address them to the ones most in need. Excellencies, colleagues, let us keep continuing working together, striving for the highest ambition, listen to science, and build on this momentum to keep our guiding star in reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. May I ask Venezuela to take the floor? Venezuela, you have the floor.
Saludos, señor presidente. Venezuela, en primer lugar, desea agradecer a la presidencia de Emiratos Árabes Unidos y las presidencias de los órganos subsidiarios, a la Secretaría Ejecutiva y a todos los representantes de los países presentes por los esfuerzos en este paso que hemos dado adelante el día de hoy. La labor que han llevado en estas últimas semanas a fin de apoyar en la búsqueda de consensos definitivamente no ha sido tarea fácil, pero con esfuerzo y voluntad política se abren los caminos para continuar trabajando por la implementación de la Convención y del Acuerdo de París. La humanidad enfrenta una de las peores crisis de su historia y en todos los ámbitos: financiero, energético, climático, alimentario, institucional y cultural, afectando así la vida del planeta entero. Nuestra región es una de las más vulnerables del planeta, como consecuencia de los efectos de esta crisis climática, al sufrir los impactos crónicos y graduales de los eventos naturales cada vez más intensos y más extremos, lo cual repercute y paraliza los avances del desarrollo sostenible y la lucha contra la pobreza, no solo de mi país, sino de todos nuestros pueblos. Para Venezuela, el artículo 28 deja espacios abiertos a la interpretación y queremos dejar constancia en acta, presidente, en esta reunión lo siguiente. Nada de lo especificado en el párrafo 28 disminuye las obligaciones que se establecen en la Convención del Acuerdo de París. No pueden ser reinterpretados y se especifican claramente que los países desarrollados deben tomar la iniciativa de acciones de mitigación. Es por ello que desearíamos que hubiese sido incluido en el texto. El párrafo 28 no puede ser utilizado como una base para imponer condicionalidades sobre las políticas de los países en desarrollo, sobre todo en lo que concierne al acceso a financiamiento, transferencias de tecnología o apoyo en la creación de capacidades. Tampoco puede ser la base para la imposición de medidas coercitivas unilaterales, como sobre la cual nuestro país se ve afectado, o medidas comerciales sobre la base de criterios climáticos que tengan efectos adversos en los países en desarrollo. Hemos trabajado arduamente en la defensa de los principios de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, la equidad, la promoción y la defensa de los derechos de la madre tierra, la justicia climática, la necesidad de mayor financiamiento para la adaptación y la acción climática, así como el derecho al desarrollo de los pueblos en el contexto de la crisis climática capitalista. Esto sigue siendo la ruta que en adelante los países y los pueblos del mundo debemos seguir. No queremos finalizar, presidente, esta intervención sin antes agradecer al gobierno de Emiratos Árabes Unidos por su arduo trabajo tratando de lograr acuerdos por el bien de la humanidad y en esta compleja negociación. Y recordar las palabras de nuestro padre Simón Bolívar: mucho hemos hecho, pero más nos queda por hacer, como una invitación a seguir construyendo juntos un camino para la salvación del único planeta que tenemos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Colleagues, may I ask all parties to please limit their statements to a maximum of 3 minutes. A maximum of 3 minutes. I'll turn to Zambia. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Africa is very, very excited at the state of the decisions made so far. Mr. President, coming to Dubai a few days ago, we found an atmosphere of love, one where people wanted to discuss honestly, with respect. Consultation were deep. Indeed, everybody wanted to succeed. Mr. President, your office welcomed everybody from Africa, from Asia, from the Americans. Indeed, talking to everybody around the rooms, there was climate love. I knew that we were at the verge of making history here in Dubai. Coming to Dubai, Mr. President, one of the key asks from Africa was indeed the global goal on adaptation, as it was the most important ask for Africa. We are confident, Mr. President, that going by the deep spirit of unity and love exhibited throughout this conference, that further work on the GGA will grant us thematic, dimensional, and measurable targets that we aim for. Indeed, Mr. President, we've delivered on the GST, we've delivered on global finance, and we've committed to reformation of the MDBs. Even before any debate, Mr. President, we delivered on loss and damage. The fund was established, and actual funds were committed. Mr. President, our other key ask was accessibility to science and technology. Right here in Dubai, there's commitment to triple renewables and to double energy efficiency. Mr. President, the 1.0 degree target is being maintained. The youth movement has been established. Support for NDCs and NAPs has been promised. So far, we believe and we can declare that COP28 has been successful. Mr. President, we know a lot more work has to be done, but we believe that the commitments made so far, shown so far by all parties, we will build ground, and we believe that with your leadership, more will be achieved. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. I'd like to invite Germany, please. Germany, you have the floor.
Oh my God.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. I would like to start with thanking also dear Co-President for this great ending of this conference, and underlining what the European Commission and the European Union just has said as a German Foreign Minister. However, starting with half a sentence you just mentioned. You started by saying, I would like to thank my family. And I think this was actually in the end the most important here. That in the critical moments, all of us, no matter if we come from Germany, from Samoa, from the Marshall Islands, from Colombia, from Taiwan, we thought at one moment of our family. What would they ask us when we come home? And I think this was the moment when we joined forces, when we united in diversity, as Brazil has said it yesterday night. And by this, we were capable of delivering on the motto you gave us before we came here, that we cannot just continue what we did in the past, but that this is now the moment for moving forward. And we have decided here today by this COP all together that we can save the future for our children only together. And by all the tears of joy we just had in our eyes, we saw also that there were some tears from some of us in the rooms who might be not only tears of joy. And we heard it from Samoa, and I'm looking back to the Marshall Islands. We feel you, we see you, and we feel and see that for your children, this might not be enough. And therefore, this text is for us as the European Union, as Germany, just the starting point. We have decided now on a transition to phase out fossil fuels. We have decided now that this way can be walked only together. If we are supporting the most vulnerable here in the world, if we are providing the technologies that everybody is capable of bringing together the fight against the climate crisis and justice. So this COP is not only about deciding that we are going to gather renewable, this COP is also about deciding that we are walking the path of climate justice together. And we would like to thank everybody who made this possible because we united in diversity, especially in those times where some people, and especially children, might question if multilateralism still works. We have showed that we can work together if we unite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. May I ask the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الدكتور سلطان الجابر رئيس الدورة 28 لمؤتمر تغير المناخ. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، الزميلات والزملاء، يتحدث وفد بلادي باسم 22 دولة عضو في جامعة الدول العربية. بداية تود المجموعة العربية عن التعبير عن شكرها للجهود العظيمة التي قمتم بها والفريق الرئاسي من الإمارات العربية المتحدة. كما تقدم لكم باسم المجموعة العربية بالشكر والتقدير على جهودكم مع جميع الدول الأطراف في سبيل نجاح نتائج أعمال الجرد العالمي الأول ونجاح مخرجاته التي تؤكد تعدد المسارات والنهج التي تحقق هدف تحديد درجة الحرارة 1.5 بما يتماشى مع ظروف وأولويات كل دولة في سبيل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المجموعة العربية على ضرورة الالتزام بمبادئ الاتفاقية الإطارية لتغير المناخ، وبالأخص مبدأ العدالة والمسؤولية المشتركة متباينة الأعباء، وتفعيل هذا المبدأ في تطبيق اتفاق باريس. وأود أن أشير هنا وأؤكد أن الاتفاقية الإطارية لتغير المناخ واتفاقية باريس تدعم اتخاذ نهج مختلفة لمعالجة الانبعاثات حسب الظروف والأولويات الوطنية المختلفة. وهنا نؤكد أن نهج الاقتصاد الدائري للكربون يقدم نهجا متوازنا وشموليا لمعالجة الانبعاثات وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وبذلك نتمكن من تحقيق أوسع نطاق للعمل المناخي. ولا يمكننا تفويت أي فرصة لخفض الانبعاثات بغض النظر عن المصدر أو القطاع، ويجب علينا توظيف جميع التقنيات في هذا الصدد. السيد الرئيس، بما يتعلق بالتكيف، تؤكد المجموعة العربية على أهمية الهدف العالمي للتكيف الذي يهدف إلى تعزيز قدرات التكيف ويوطد القدرة على التحمل ويحد من التأثر بالتغير المناخي، على أن يتم ذلك في نطاق هدف درجة الحرارة لاتفاق باريس وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة بما يتناسب مع القدرات والظروف الوطنية المختلفة. بما يتعلق بالتخفيف، نأمل أن يستكمل برنامج التخفيف أعماله كمساحة لتبادل الخبرات وإجراء الحوارات لمناقشة مواضيع التخفيف ووسائل الدعم، ونرى أهمية أن يدعم البرنامج التقنيات التي تدعم أعمال التخفيف وأهمها تقنيات حجز وإزالة الكربون خاصة بما يتعلق بتحقيق الحياد الصفري. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المجموعة العربية أن توفر وسائل التمويل ونقل التقنيات وبناء القدرات والتي التزمت بها الدول المتقدمة من الأسباب الرئيسية لتمكين الدول النامية من تنفيذ مساهماتها الوطنية، والتي هي بالأساس مشروطة بتوفر الدعم المالي والتقني وبناء القدرات. لذا فإن عدم توفير هذا الدعم سوف يؤثر سلبا على قدرات الدول النامية للتعامل مع قضايا تغير المناخ، وكذلك على التنمية المستدامة ومحاربة الفقر. في الختام، السيد الرئيس، تود المجموعة العربية أن تعبر عن فخرها واعتزازها بجهودكم القيمة، ونهنئكم على تحقيق أعلى مستويات النجاح لمؤتمر الأطراف في دبي في الإمارات العربية المتحدة. شاكرا للجميع جهودهم البناءة.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. May I ask Turkey? Turkey, you have the floor.
Sayın Başkan, kıymetli temsilciler, öncelikle teşekkür ediyorum söz verdiğiniz için. Kapsamlı ve zorlu bir müzakere sürecinin sonunda COP28'i başarıyla sonuçlandırıyoruz. Dünya İklim Eylemi Zirvesi, tematik bakanlar oturumları, müzakereler, yan etkinlikler, sergiler, kısaca her yönüyle çok başarılı bir organizasyona tanıklık ettik. Bu süreçte BA Başkanlığı'nın sergilediği liderlik ile kapsayıcı, şeffaf, çözüm odaklı ve kimseyi geride bırakmayan yaklaşım sayesinde COP28 iklim değişikliği ile mücadelede hafızalarda yer edecek bir başarı göstermiştir. BAE'nin eşsiz ev sahipliği, misafirperverliği ve sağladığı lojistik imkanlar da bu başarıda önemli bir rol oynamıştır. COP28'in sonuçları tüm ülkeler için politika rehberi olacak ve Paris Anlaşması'nın 1,5 santigrat derece hedefine ulaşılması için azmin ve çabaların artırılmasını sağlayacaktır. COP29'un gelecek yıl dost ve kardeş ülke Azerbaycan'da düzenlenecek olmasından büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyor ve başarılar diliyoruz. IPCC'nin yeni bilimsel döngüsünün ilk toplantısının Ocak ayında İstanbul'da gerçekleştirilecek olması ülke olarak Türkiye'nin küresel iklim eylemine verdiğimiz önemini göstermektedir. Türkiye, gelişmekte olan bir ülke olarak küresel iklim eylemine elinden gelen katkıyı yapmaya devam edecektir. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın zirvede ifade ettikleri üzere COP31'e ev sahipliği hususundaki güçlü irademiz sürmektedir. COP28'in başarıyla sonuçlanmasında katkı sunan herkese şükranlarımızı sunuyor, BAE'nin halkı ve hükümetine sıcak misafirperverlikleri için teşekkür ediyoruz. Umarım bundan sonraki COP'lar kadınların, çocukların, masum sivillerin bombalanmadığı bir dünyada gerçekleştirebiliriz. Hepinizi sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Thank you, Turkey. I'd like to invite Colombia to take the floor. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. First, I want to communicate my greetings and thanks to the Presidency, to the United Arab Emirates, for its commitment, for its very professional team, for the organization of this COP that has been remarkable. I can say today that you acted on good faith and that the process intended to bring the parties together. The agreement that we have on the table, the text that we have on the table, what reflects is the political reality of this plenary. It is not on the process led by the Presidency.
but it actually genuinely reflects the political reality of this plenary. President Petro defines the struggle of this century as the struggle between fossil capital and life. How was that struggle lived here at COP28? We were able to live intense discussions that I can say have helped us to move a step forward. But there are also loopholes which can create difficulties in the path ahead towards reaching the 1.5. We have to recognize that for the first time in such a deep way, science influenced the political decisions of the COP. And this is something remarkable. The IPCC reports were not reports on the shelves that we recognize and acknowledge but didn't use for political decision making. And I invite scientists all around the world to continue their hard work and continuing with their influence because it's opening doors. The most important decision is the commitment to transition away from fossil fuels. The loophole in terms of the definition of energy systems is not minor. But we have to recognize that we keep the commitment to reduce emissions in 43% towards 2030. And we commit also that the NDCs will be aligned with that. And there are a series of measures that we all know that are written in the text which complement this achievement. However, the loopholes also have risks, and the risks can undermine the political will. The transition fuels could end up colonizing the space of the decarbonization. Because right now, in the financial segment of the text, we don't have still the economic structure required for this deep transition, which is not only energy transition, but is fundamentally a whole society economic transition. The inequalities of the current economic system, if prevail, will generate that, for example, a mayor in any city of the South, when faced with the option of electrifying its transport system or getting in one of the transition fuels, if it has not the support right now to move to where the technology is available and it could be possible, will end up in the transition fuel linked to fossil fuels for other 15 years. We didn't acknowledge also, although it is implicit in the paragraph, that the production of fossil fuels need to start being reduced. The frontier of extraction needs to stop, and we need to start reducing it to be able to have a transition. Otherwise, any new investment in oil and gas will be there for other 30 years and will not allow the goals of the Paris Agreement to be achieved. We only have 6 years to show that we can materialize in reality what we have just put in text. And I want to thank especially the young people that were present at this COP, the activists, the indigenous people, the more than 90,000 people that mobilized from all around the world, the representatives of all different faiths that came here looking for an answer. Adaptation was also critical. We want to thank the inclusion of the indigenous people's knowledge system and the role that forests and biodiversity have. We have to be clear that this energy transition cannot be at the cost of indigenous peoples, local communities, and biodiversity. Forests are critical for the transition as well. And we want also to celebrate the early warning systems for all. as a right, as an universal purpose that now requires to be matched with the finance. So in this balance between opportunities and risk lie our responsibility. And I would want to call everybody to keep being mobilized, because intergenerational justice with this text is still at stake. The struggle goes on. And I cannot leave, Mr. President, this region and your country without expressing my deep solidarity, sorrow, and prayers for the Palestinian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colombia. Please allow me to remind everyone of the time limit. Please try to cap your statements to a maximum of 3 minutes. We still have a long agenda ahead of us. Allow me to invite the United Kingdom, please. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
May I begin, Mr. President, by thanking you, the UAE team, and the Secretariat for their tireless work over the last year, and particularly in the last 2 weeks. I also say I'm proud of the UK team, and I want to thank Alison Campbell in particular, along with her co-chair, Joseph Teo, in supporting you on the GST text. I associate myself with the Umbrella Group statement from Australia. We came to COP28 with two main objectives: to agree the fund and funding arrangements for loss and damage, and to keep 1.5 degrees in reach through the global stocktake. Under your leadership, sir, we were able to deliver on that first objective on the very first day. Establishing a fund to deal with loss and damage was long overdue and showed that the spirit of multilateralism is still alive. The UK was pleased to contribute to that fund. On the global stocktake, you faced an extremely difficult task. The outcome in front of us is not perfect, but we think that collectively we achieved an outcome that moves us forward. With thanks to you, sir, 1.5 degrees is truly our clearly defined North Star, including for the next round of NDCs. The commitment to transition away from fossil fuels, beginning right now in this critical decade, to deliver the goal of net zero by 2050, shows the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era. We've heard from the small island states and Bangladesh, and we too wanted greater clarity and fewer loopholes, stronger text in many places. We fully understand their concerns. The voices of the islands must be heard. Mr. President, we recognise that the balance in the text reflects the different views and context of countries around the world. We're disappointed not to agree to do more on coal, particularly new coal generation. There are elements here that we do not like. But this is an historic moment and should raise a torch to inspire action across the globe. The main message from this COP should be that we are now unified around a common commitment to move away from fossil fuels. We recognise that we need to do more on adaptation and on finance. We're fully committed to doubling adaptation finance, and we recognise that this is just the floor. We need to finance the energy transition. This all needs to be part of the conversation next year as we step up deliberations on the new collective quantified goal. Mr. President, we are facing an unprecedented challenge with the climate crisis. And although there is a long way to go, and we need to move much faster, this outcome is something we can genuinely celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I'd like to invite India. India, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I extend India's compliment to the Presidency for their efforts and leadership in organizing this conference. You are presiding over a historic COP, here is in which, on the first day itself, a decision regarding operationalization of loss and damage fund was finalized. The world looks at us with a genuine expectation, and we congratulate you on your untiring efforts toward evolving a consensus for positive and much-needed climate action. Mr. President, our collective efforts during this COP have sent positive signals to the world, reinforcing our commitment to maintaining the temperature goals set in Paris. We have concluded decision on important items like the global stake talk and the global goal on adaptation. While this COP is outlining ambitious actions, India urged that such determination is also substantiated with the means to bring it on the ground. Mr. President, the way ahead must be based on equity and climate justice. Let us implement Paris Agreement in letter and spirit through the GST process. Let us carry this spirit of cooperation, determination, and shared responsibility toward building a sustainable planet. As we have one earth, we are one family, and we sharing one future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, India. I'd like to give China the floor. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。首先，我要感谢您作为大会主席，还有您的主席团队、秘书处夜以继日的开展的大量的专业工作。我也要感谢2年来所有参与全球盘点进程的协调员、缔约方和非缔约方，还有所有的协调员、主席的努力。昨天是巴黎协定达成8周年，中方祝贺并感谢主席国阿联酋发挥杰出领导力，在这一历史性的时刻推动 COP28 完成巴黎协定下的首次全球盘点，总结了成绩和缺口，特别是进一步巩固了全球不可逆转的绿色低碳转型的趋势，为未来指明了方向，向国际社会发出了强有力的积极信号，具有重要的里程碑意义。中方认为，应对气候变化问题必须雄心与务实兼备，关键还是在于务实行动，在于兑现做出的承诺，在于雄心和与雄心相匹配的实施手段切实到位。公约及其巴黎协定明确的公平、共同带有区别的责任、各自能力和国家自主贡献等原则和目标，是我们全球气候进程的基石。很遗憾，在目前的减缓、适应和资金等全球进程中，广大发展中国家的很多关切还没有得到充分的重视和解决。发达国家对于气候变化负有不可推卸的历史责任，必须要发挥带头作用，以远早于全球保持1.5度可及的路径，在现有的基础上率先大幅减排，并尽早实现净零排放。在能源转型等关键行动上加快速度和力度，尽快兑现并切实增强对于发展中国家的资金、技术和能力建设支持规模和力度，确保全球公正转型，为发展中国家实现可持续发展提供应有的空间和必要的支持，更加积极地回应广大发展中国家的合理关切。中方呼吁，人类只有一个地球，面对全球气候危机，国际社会必须团结协作，共同应对，要共同抵制影响全球气候努力的单边措施， 中国将致力于推动构建人类命运共同体，维护多边秩序和规则，统筹环境与发展，重信守诺，推动落实巴黎协定。中国将坚定实施积极应对气候变化国家战略，落实双碳目标，大力发展可再生能源，与各方广泛开展气候变化国际合作，在努力实现双碳目标的同时，为全球气候进程做出中国贡献。今天，我们在迪拜的第一次全球盘点，开启了全球气候进程的新篇章，让我们共同努力，向巴黎协定确定的目标迈出坚实步伐，共同构建清洁美丽世界。谢谢主席。
Thank you, China. May I now give Egypt the floor? Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me at the outset extend our heartfelt congratulations to you, Mr. President, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, and to the government of the UAE on the success of COP28 and achieving significant steps forward in the global climate effort. Your leadership and commitment were integral in bringing all the divergent views together and ultimately managing to guide our work in order to reach consensus today. So thank you. Despite the differences of the views, we really managed to reach an agreement, and we wish to express our gratitude and appreciation as well to all parties who have shown the willingness to make compromises and prove that the multilateralism and cooperation would be the best hope for our planet. Yet, as you rightly said, Mr. President, the agreement reached today needs to be followed up by a genuine commitment to implement and move forward. So thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to the entire team of UAE for all their hard work, and to the Secretariat for the support they so ably provide. Last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, we were proud of the collective outcome that we agreed upon on the establishing of a fund and a funding arrangement for loss and damage. And today, we are proud that the fund has become a reality here in Dubai. We are also proud that many other outcomes on adaptation and mitigation have been carried out at COP28. And we're confident that with the spirit of the mutual understanding and cooperation demonstrated here, we will collectively be able to build better and move safer towards a more prosperous future, be in Baku next year or in Belém in 2025 and beyond. Mr. President, your commitment and delivery in COP28, especially on finance and mobilizing substantial resources to the loss and damage and to the Green Climate Fund, is highly and much appreciated. And we expect that this shown commitment and leadership will continue in order to bridge the finance gap that allows for the actual delivering of the UAE consensus issued and announced today, particularly regarding the envisioned transition, including within, especially the one on adaptation, while ensuring that we continue to be guided by the notions of the justice and equity within our work, and while ensuring the right of developing countries towards sustainable development and poverty eradication. Again, Mr. President, much appreciation goes to your personal leadership and to your team commitment and efforts. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Egypt. I'd like to ask Marshall Island to take the floor. Marshall Island, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us. Please extend our thanks to the President and government and people of UAE for their kind hospitality. Mr. President, Excellencies, I came from my home island to work with you all to solve the greatest challenge of our generation. I came here to build a canoe together for my country. Instead, we have built a canoe with a weak and leaky hull, full of holes. Yet we have to put it into the water because we have no other option. As we have said, king tides are eating away at our shores. Our wells are filling with salt water. Our families are at risk. And so we must sail this canoe. If there's a strong sail, the intent to transition away from fossil fuel is progress that we have fought hard for, not just this year, but for years. In the year of the global stocktake, we must be honest. I appreciate the effort that has gone into this outcome, but it has not been inclusive. The fact that the decision was cabled without a major group in the room, which represents one of the most vulnerable groups in the world, is unacceptable. AOSIS and the Iron Vision Coalition and many other groups, our youth, our elders, civil society organizations, are to be thanked for consistently making the case that we need to phase out fossil fuels. They are to thank for saying how important adaptation is. Our job was clear: to keep 1.5 alive and to keep the world livable as temperatures rise. This is a small step in the right direction for this progress, a good signal. But in the context of the real world, where temperatures are rising and people are dying, it is not enough. In the year, I hope that the islands are heard as we continue to call for a phase out of fossil fuels that is clear and complete. And so, as we sail this leaky canoe together, let's agree to pass the leak so that we can keep the canoe afloat for the sake of all of us, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, sir.
I now give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to you and the UAE for the COP28 UAE consensus. Mr. President, I would like to align Antigua and Barbuda comments to Samoa on behalf of AOSIS, Bangladesh, and the recent statement made by Colombia that cautioned us on loopholes. Power 29 of the GST, which speaks to the tax on transition fuel, is a dangerous loophole. LNG and natural gas are all fossil fuel. We need to transition away from all of them. We appreciate the comments from the US on this, but we want to raise the alarm. Mr. President, we want to raise the alarm that transition fuel will become permanent, especially in developing countries, and will take away and even block investments into renewables, as well as leaving poor developing countries with high energy costs and stranded assets. Mr. President, thank you for making 1.5 yours and our North Star, finally, and for mentioning fossil fuel transition in the text for the first time. This is a great feat, and Antigua and Barbuda commend your courage, because this is what it will take. Since the Paris Agreement, emissions have increased and is still increasing today. The real reason for this, though, is that in all of our countries, access to funding for fossil fuel investment and technology is far greater in scale and easier to access than that available for the implementation of the decisions that we are taking today. With all things being equal, it is easier today to get funding for a $100 million LNG plant than for a $20 million solar investment, even though solar is far cheaper and less polluting. Mr. President, we need to address the ease of access of financing for fossil fuel investments compared to that of renewables, for adaptation, and for loss and damage. Our finance sector is not aligned to implement the UAE consensus, much less to get us to 1.5 degrees. Mr. President, I therefore challenge you in the next year to work with all parties to fully operationalize Article 2.1c of the Convention. This article is designed to change this inequity in accessing financing for renewables, for adaptation, and for loss and damage. Further, the current financing for energy system does not support social inclusion, it does not support gender, it does not support youth, women, indigenous people, and entrepreneurs, who are all looking for a way to participate in the new and inclusive energy system and the investments and opportunities that this will bring to their communities and their families. In our global and national financial sector, our global and financial sector is actively aligned against our words. We will continue, therefore, to be known for what we say and not for what we do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I now give the floor to Honduras.
Estimado presidente, excelencias, estimados delegados. Señor presidente, agradecemos su liderazgo a lo largo de este año en estas últimas 2 semanas, asegurando 2 hitos históricos en esta conferencia. Celebramos la pronta operacionalización del Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños y las promesas financieras históricas. El fondo será trascendental para países como Honduras, que constantemente sufrimos los efectos adversos del cambio climático. El resultado del primer balance mundial es indicativo y propositivo. Falta mucho por hacer para lograr los objetivos del Acuerdo de París. La ciencia es clara y sin una mayor ambición en acciones de mitigación, las necesidades de adaptación serán mayor y las pérdidas y daños se aumentarán, de las cuales lo lamentaremos en muchas ocasiones. La adaptación sigue siendo prioritaria para los países en desarrollo. Es un tema de supervivencia y de vidas humanas, de medios de vida y de desarrollo sostenible. Sin embargo, por demasiado tiempo la adaptación ha sido invisibilizada y ya es hora de que pasemos de la planificación a la implementación, y para ello los países en desarrollo necesitamos los medios de implementación para lograrlo. Señor presidente, la brecha de financiamiento para la adaptación es cada vez más grande y urgimos que los países desarrollados cumplan con ese compromiso financiero que está en el marco del Acuerdo de París. Los países en desarrollo no podemos seguir cayendo en esa deuda climática inducida. Se nos sigue empujando a caer en una trampa cíclica, un ciclo perverso que nos impide alcanzar nuestro desarrollo sostenible y erradicar la pobreza. Esto no era ni es el espíritu del Acuerdo de París. Honduras es un país muy pequeño cuyas emisiones representan el 0.06% del total global. Y aún así somos un país con metas ambiciosas para reducir nuestras emisiones en el sector energético y especialmente en el sector forestal. Esto lo compartimos mucho los países de AILAC, y hablo también en nombre de ellos. Ahora, señor presidente, si me permite, voy a hablar en representación de la coalición de naciones de bosques tropicales y quiero expresar que lamentablemente después de tanto esfuerzo, cuando estamos hablando y considerando el artículo 6.2 y 6.4, no pudimos avanzar. Los mercados de carbono deben de tener una estructura regulatoria sólida, una transparencia estricta y la mayor integridad atmosférica para cumplir. Es necesario denunciar a quienes trabajan para degradar esta estructura, esta transparencia y la integridad con el fin de abrir la puerta a la no funcionalidad, a la falta de transparencia y al fraude climático perpetrados por algunos de los mercados voluntarios de carbono. Hubo y existió una gran mayoría de países, incluidos todos los países representados en la coalición de bosques tropicales, la Unión Europea, AILAC y otros países, que se unieron a esta posición, pero hubo un poderoso lobby que presiona para continuar este lavado verde que debe ser derrotado. Solo nos quedan entre 280 y 340 gigatons de espacio para el carbón en la atmósfera y estamos emitiendo casi 50 gigatons antes de que el 1.5 se vuelva inviable. La ventana de 6 a 7 años se reduce rápidamente a este ritmo actual. Por lo tanto, la reducción gradual del uso de combustibles fósiles debe ocurrir muy rápidamente y la deforestación global debe revertirse a la misma velocidad. Con suerte, y esperemos todos que sea para el 2030, pero ambos objetivos requerirán de una financiación a escala significativa y rápida, incluso del sector privado. No podemos tener éxito si confiamos en que los mercados voluntarios de carbono después de 20 años todavía no cubren ni el 1% de esas emisiones globales. Debemos regular las emisiones de carbono o no cumpliremos nuestros objetivos climáticos. Colegas, delegados, excelentísimos, el Acuerdo de París es la única oportunidad que tenemos de cumplir nuestros objetivos del 1.5 y el mercado y el pago por resultados puede cumplir un papel muy valioso, pero solo con estructura regulatoria, transparencia e integridad ambiental. Esperemos avanzar rápidamente de Bonn a Bakú para poder acordar en este importante artículo que nos permite tener flujos financieros para estos países en desarrollo que tenemos bosques tropicales. Debemos asegurar de que sea adecuado para el propósito y de la mejor manera. Presidente, nuevamente, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Honduras. I now give the floor to Guatemala.
Gracias, señor presidente. Guatemala tiene el honor de hacer esta intervención en nombre del Grupo de Países AILAC. Nos adherimos a la intervención realizada por la República de Cuba en nombre del Grupo G77 y China. Agradecemos a la Presidencia y a su equipo por el arduo trabajo demostrado en esta COP y el apoyo del Secretariado de la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas sobre Cambio Climático. Aplaudimos el inicio de esta COP por el establecimiento de un hito histórico con la aprobación del instrumento de gobierno y las reglas básicas para el funcionamiento del Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños desde la misma sesión de apertura, así como los anuncios de financiamiento al fondo que siguieron a esta aprobación. Y damos la bienvenida a esta nueva entidad operativa del mecanismo financiero, esperando que este nuevo mecanismo cumpla las expectativas y necesidades para el cual fue creado, brindando apoyo a todos los países en desarrollo sin dejar a nadie atrás. Señor presidente, llegamos a esta COP con una gran expectativa acerca del resultado del balance mundial y después de los últimos 5 días de negociación, muchas de las delegaciones hicimos énfasis en la imperante crisis que enfrenta el planeta ante el calentamiento global. Muestra de ello los récords de temperatura marcados en este año, el cual es marcado como el más caliente de toda la historia reciente, por lo que consideramos que el lenguaje del texto podría haber sido más contundente para asegurar la implementación de los elementos críticos como una llamada a tomar las acciones inmediatas necesarias de acuerdo a los mandatos de la ciencia, definiendo metas cuantitativas como la reducción de emisiones en un 43% al 2030. Esta reducción de emisiones no pasa sin dejar atrás el consumo y producción de combustibles fósiles, acción misma que requiere una transformación de todas las economías. Señor presidente, sin duda, el multilateralismo es la estrella del norte, misma que debe ser la respuesta para problemas globales donde todas las voces sean escuchadas. Distinguidas delegaciones, reclamamos la importancia del apoyo para los países en desarrollo, premiando y no penalizando la ambición, ya que el Global Stock Take comienza a dar algunas señales cruciales en esta dirección que debemos continuar fortaleciendo. Resaltamos el rol crítico que tiene el financiamiento público altamente concesional, la necesidad de dar una solución a los altos niveles de endeudamiento, elevados costos de capital y limitado espacio fiscal, que pone a algunos de nuestros países en una disyuntiva entre la acción climática y el desarrollo sostenible, cuando el espíritu del Acuerdo de París nos invita a que vayan de la mano y avanzar en la reforma del sistema financiero internacional que incluye, pero no se limita a la banca multilateral de desarrollo. Después de 3 décadas de defensa, se logró una respuesta internacional basada en la justicia, la responsabilidad y el hecho de que la mitigación y la adaptación no pueden evitar las pérdidas y los daños actuales y futuros generados por los impactos climáticos. AILAC desea subrayar que mejorar la acción de mitigación y abordar las pérdidas y daños señor presidente. Valoramos entonces la inclusión del lenguaje sobre la deforestación y degradación de nuestros bosques, así como a nuestros océanos y criósfera. También valoramos los mensajes sectoriales en adaptación, aunque con escasez de lenguaje hacia adelante, y también valoramos la mención a la alineación con el marco de Kunming-Montreal. Ahora bien, AILAC, unida a otros grupos de países, ha impulsado la alta ambición en acción climática. Nuestros países, comunidades y ecosistemas y familias esperan una respuesta real para enfrentar esta crisis. Nos solidarizamos con el mensaje entregado por Samoa en nombre de AOSIS, así como el mensaje de Bangladesh y el de la Unión Europea. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Guatemala. The Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое, уважаемые дамы и господа. 28-я сессия конференции сторон РКИК ООН ознаменовалась принятием решений по всей повестке дня. Коллективно мы начали наполнение фонда по потерям и ущербу. Существенно продвинулись в разработке новых глобальных целей по адаптации и климатическому финансированию. Но самое главное, первое глобальное подведение итогов стало той самой путеводной звездой, которая осветила путь на ближайшие десятилетия. Нам необходимо сделать выводы из опыта реализации Парижского соглашения, принятого 8 лет назад. За это время мы смогли значительно продвинуться в борьбе с изменением климата, но многое нам еще предстоит сделать. Главное – преодолеть распри и разделительные линии и работать сообща над выполнением Парижского соглашения. Климатическая проблематика продолжает оставаться одной из немногих повесток, объединяющей весь мир во имя нашего будущего. В результате глобального подведения итогов мы пришли к сбалансированному набору рекомендаций, которые представляют достижимые, доступные и эффективные меры. При этом каждая страна может выбрать для себя наиболее оптимальный рецепт декарбонизации, от ядерной генерации до возобновляемых источников энергии. Это отражает подход снизу вверх и принципы Парижского соглашения. Сегодня, подведя глобальные итоги Парижского соглашения, мы поставили перед собой амбициозные задачи. Эти задачи могут быть выполнены только при условиях международного сотрудничества, сохранения свободы торговли и финансовых потоков, трансфера технологий. В этой связи мы поддерживаем позицию Кубы, Венесуэлы и Китая. Мы возражаем против зеленого протекционизма, введения односторонних мер и барьеров под видом прогрессивной климатической политики. Эти меры имеют негативное воздействие на устойчивое развитие других стран, подрывают их право на свободу выбора собственных мер климатической политики. Решить проблему изменения климата невозможно в одиночку. Мы должны отдавать приоритет скоординированным на международном уровне действиям. Благодарим эмиратское председательство и лично доктора Султана Аль-Джабера за критически важную роль в нахождении консенсуса, за заложенный надежный фундамент для дальнейшего прогресса на КС-29 в Азербайджане. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Russian Federation, the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, the Republic of Korea is aligned with the intervention of Switzerland made on behalf of Environment Integrity Group. Let me begin by expressing strong gratitude to the UAE presidency for its hard work and warm hospitality to make this historic COP28 a great success. I also express strong thanks to the UNFCCC Secretariat for their excellent works. We started this conference with a positive and constructive agreement. Loss and damage fund operationalization decision was adopted even on day one, which was unusual in a good sense, and significant amount of contribution was mobilized immediately on the spot, and the number is even increasing. We, parties, have maintained such a great spirit of cooperation and solidarity all around the 2 weeks under the strong leadership of you, Mr. President. We do appreciate inclusive, transparent, constructive, and innovative leadership of the presidency. The very frank and heart-to-heart gathering called Majlis was a new and pleasant experience for all of us. We have rebuilt our trust and deepened mutual understanding through that face-to-face gathering. Global stocktake decision we just adopted is a collective commitment to accelerate our action to keep 1.5-degree ambition within reach. In every areas, mitigation, adaptation, means of implementation, and particularly new and innovative technology development and cooperation, we have to work together. We have to accelerate our action. This consensus is the outcome of compromise, flexibility, and balance meeting efforts. It is action-oriented, pragmatic, and realistic. Therefore, what is needed from now on is our accelerated and strengthened action and implementation. We have no excuse to delay. This COP28 will be remembered as a historic milestone in climate regime. We clearly demonstrated to the world and to our children that multilateralism is alive, functioning, and even more consolidated at this COP in Dubai. No matter what challenges we have in front of us, climate action to keep 1.5 ambition within reach is clearly our common agenda, and our solidarity will not be weakened. Once again, I express congratulations for delivering great outcome at this COP, and big thanks to the presidency for its tireless efforts to make our slogan called Unite, Act, and Deliver come true. We all made it happen here, and will continue to unite, act, and deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to Qatar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا سعادة الرئيس، رؤساء الوفود المحترمين. أولا نود أن نشكر الرئاسة على حسن الضيافة وعلى جهودها في محاولة تحقيق التوازن في هذا النص. نؤيد الحاجة إلى الاستعجال ونثني على الطموحات الرامية إلى تحقيق الدرجة والنصف، وندعم فكرة الهدف الجماعي، ولكن لا يمكن أن نأخذ ذلك بمعزل عن غيره دون النظر إلى الاحتياجات المستدامة للدول والانبعاثات التاريخية وميزانية الكربون. ومع ذلك نود أن نعرب عن قلقنا العميق بشأن الفقرة 28 من نص الحصيلة العالمية. يبدو أننا فقدنا رؤية مبادئ اتفاق باريس الخاصة بالمسؤوليات المشتركة ولكن المتباينة. لقد تم التركيز على مصادر الانبعاثات بدلا من هدف تقليلها. لقد حدد النص أهدافا بحدود زمنية بدلا من السماح للأطراف بتحديد مساهماتها على المستوى الوطني بناء على احتياجاتها وظروفها الوطنية المستدامة. يحتاج النص إلى توضيح الأدوار القيادية للدول المتقدمة والدول النامية، كما أنها تفتقر إلى الوضوح بشأن الدول النامية. لقد انضممنا إلى اتفاق باريس بحسن نية لأنه تم تحديده في الجهود على المستوى الوطني. لقد تأكدنا من احتياجاتنا للتنمية المستدامة التي تتماشى مع العمل المناخي والذي تم تحديده على المستوى الوطني. لدينا تحفظات على صياغة الفقرة 28 بسبب غياب متطلبات العدالة والمسؤولية المشتركة وفرض الأهداف والتوقيت واستهداف مصادر الانبعاثات، ولذلك لا يمكننا أن نقبل مثل هذه الصيغة التي تبعد إلى الإنصاف والمبادئ التعاونية والتنمية ومبادئ اتفاق باريس، والتي يجب أن تكون هذه المبادئ التي تبني عليها كل الأعمالنا المستقبلية. شكرا سعادة الرئيس.
Thank you, Qatar. I now give the floor to the Holy See.
Mr. President, the delegation of the Holy See wishes to express its gratitude to the UAE for hosting this conference. We also welcome the efforts of the Presidency to bring parties together and the delicate and hard work achieved by the COP28 Presidency's team. Thank you very much indeed. At the same time, the delegation of the Holy See expresses its concerns that the expectations of the youth and future generations, especially those of the people living in the areas mostly affected by climate change, have not been completely met, and that there was not a full response to the science. We understand the difficulties that a drastic transition to a decarbonized society represents for several countries. Nevertheless, a growing number of countries have already committed themselves on this transition. It is encouraging that these countries move forward with their plans, but it would be much more encouraging when all of us commit ourselves to moving on in this same direction. The principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities are vitally important to making sure this process is just as well as ambitious. Yet we must also consider intergenerational justice and our duty to do all we can for the sake of the common good. Mr. President, it is the responsibility of each one of us to leave no one behind. This is possible through action built upon dialogue, trust and solidarity. The goal is clear. Firstly, to accelerate climate action and transition away from fossil fuels in a just and equitable manner in this critical decade in order to keep 1.5 within reach. Secondly, to give hope and secure a livable common home for our children where everyone, everywhere can thrive. The appeal of His Holiness Pope Francis, I quote, "We must move beyond the mentality of appearing to be concerned but not having the courage needed to produce substantial changes," end quote, sounds inspiring now more than ever. Mr. President, a lot of work is still ahead of us, and we have a duty towards those who rightly are demanding that we as leaders act in their name. Echoing Pope Francis as we move forward, it is vital that we all leave this place committed to driving forward more actions in the name of the common good and the next generations, not based on short-term interests. In this way, I quote His Holiness, "May we demonstrate the mobility of politics and not its shame with this question in mind. What would induce anyone at this stage to hold on to power only to be remembered for their inability to take action when it was urgent and necessary to do so?" Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sierra Leone wishes to thank the UAE, the COP presidency, and the UNFCCC Secretariat for their tireless efforts to achieve consensus. This has been a truly historic COP. Sierra Leone, on behalf of the Least Developed Countries Group, would like to share our reflections on the outcome of the global goal on adaptation. Our group acknowledges the efforts made in developing the text for the framework of the GGA. This task, vital for over 1 billion people in our countries, has often been overlooked, lacking the necessary attention and support. Since the establishment of the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh program in 2021, our group has been actively participating in workshops and advocating for substantial outcome in the form of a framework with clear targets and solid provisions for means of implementation. Our message has been consistent and clear. Without a means of implementation, the framework remains purely aspirational. The current GGA, devoid of actionable commitments, is not the ambition we expected and advocated for in adaptation. Mr. President, our countries are amongst the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, despite minimal contribution. Our peoples will consider it a glaring injustice if after decades of advocating for the GGA and 2 years of working on creating a robust framework, we do not see concrete outcomes that will truly enhance our abilities to adapt to climate change on the ground. Adaptation needs more than just good intentions. It needs a robust framework that protects the lives, property, and livelihoods of our people and our ecosystems. Our communities deserve more than aspirational goals. They need real, immediate, and impactful support to adapt to the realities of climate change. Mr. President, this is just the start of a conversation on the GGA framework. Now we must ensure that quality indicators are developed by all relevant experts and that means of implementation is embedded so our countries don't get left out. We need more on adaptation. Let us not forget that. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I give the floor to Chile. Chile, you have the floor. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera expresar nuestras felicitaciones a usted y a su equipo por el enorme trabajo realizado y por habernos convocado aquí para esta COP. En la decisión adoptada del balance mundial tenemos una serie de razones para sentirnos contentos. Tenemos una mejor sección en Way Forward. Tenemos mucho trabajo a partir de esta decisión, pero este trabajo tendrá que realizarse sobre señales que no son del todo claras y que podrían dar lugar a preocupantes resquicios o loopholes. Nos preocupa la nueva formulación de los subsidios a los combustibles fósiles, así como el reconocimiento de los llamados combustibles de transición. Creemos que estos elementos no ayudarán a una transición más fácil y van en contra del lenguaje de Transition Away from Fossil Fuels, que reconocemos, sin embargo, como uno de los avances más significativos de esta decisión. Al mismo tiempo, vemos con satisfacción que algunas de nuestras propuestas y las de nuestro grupo han sido adoptadas en este texto. Esto incluye un diálogo de expertos sobre el impacto del cambio climático en los niños. Igualmente, nos congratulamos por la inclusión de un programa de implementación tecnológica, que puede estar también entre los legados más relevantes de esta COP. También damos la bienvenida al reconocimiento de la importancia de los ecosistemas, incluyendo los océanos. Tenemos mucho trabajo y esperamos que en los próximos meses podamos construir mucho más sobre la ambición que nos une. En el caso de la meta global de adaptación, estamos muy complacidos por haber contribuido al resultado de este ítem con un trabajo cercano e incansable de las ministras de Australia y de Chile. Sin perjuicio de ello, queremos hacer presente que no entendemos la inclusión de la expresión where possible en el párrafo 13 de la decisión, que no reconocemos como aplicable en esta parte del texto. Agradecemos también su iniciativa para promover un Youth Climate Champion. Chile ha incluido a los jóvenes en su delegación junto a programas de entrenamiento y creación de capacidades para ellos. Instamos, en este sentido, a todas las delegaciones aquí presentes para que incluyan a jóvenes en sus delegaciones, con responsabilidades concretas y con capacidad de influencia en la definición y en la promoción de decisiones. Señor presidente, quisiéramos finalizar con la siguiente declaración relativa a la implementación de finanzas climáticas en el contexto del balance mundial, pero también en el contexto del siguiente año, que será muy relevante en cuanto a las finanzas, y que también quisiéramos solicitar que quede registrada en el reporte de la conferencia. Vemos con mucha preocupación la situación de los países de renta media y su acceso al financiamiento climático. Pareciera que existieran algunas reglas no escritas que afectan a nuestros países, limitando nuestro acceso a financiamiento, con los efectos que esto tiene en nuestros altos niveles de endeudamiento. Sin embargo, muchos de los países de renta media somos de los más ambiciosos, con metas para ser carbono neutrales en 2050 establecidas en nuestras propias leyes internas. Hemos buscado la innovación para financiar nuestros planes, por ejemplo, a través de instrumentos financieros e innovadores, como bonos verdes o vinculados a la sostenibilidad, y frecuentemente con nuestros propios recursos. Sin embargo, nuestra ambición y compromiso, pese a los múltiples desafíos que enfrentamos, no es premiada. Al contrario, es dejada de lado. Tenemos que movernos en una dirección donde la ambición sea premiada, donde se busquen resultados efectivos, donde se promueva la innovación a través de instrumentos financieros novedosos, donde se creen las condiciones que permitan la participación del sector privado y donde se respeten las mejores prácticas en transparencia. El financiamiento climático no es una competencia entre países en desarrollo. Al contrario, la estructura financiera es la que debe ir a ser suficientemente comprensiva, variada y ambiciosa para dar cabida a todos los países en desarrollo. Solo de esta forma vamos a avanzar en el cumplimiento de nuestros objetivos climáticos, reconociendo que es un esfuerzo colectivo y donde ningún país es dejado atrás, especialmente aquellos que están más comprometidos con esta causa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Colleagues, dear friends, I'm very grateful for all your statements. We have many important decisions to adopt today. I ask your indulgence that we return now to our business, quickly adopt the remaining decisions, and we will return to the statements once we are done. I thank you for your understanding. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 8, Matters relating to adaptation, Sub-Item 8A, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in Decision 7/CMA.3. At their plenary meetings on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance. I requested the chairs of the subsidiary bodies to conduct consultations on my behalf on specific issues within the Global Goal on Adaptation. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to adaptation were conducted by Her Excellency Minister Maysa Rojas and Her Excellency Minister Jennifer McAllister. I invite the CMA to adopt draft decision entitled Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in Decision 7/CMA.3 contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L.18. I propose that the framework for the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in this decision be referred to as the UAE Framework for Global Climate Resilience. I further propose that the work programme referred to in this decision be named the UAE Belém Work Programme. Ambassador Tosi on the 7th review of the financial mechanism, Ambassador Tosi Mpano conducted consultations on my behalf on the way forward regarding the proposal from the United States on the 7th review of the financial mechanism. I thank parties for their engagement during the consultations. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 9, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. The subsidiary bodies forwarded 2 draft decisions for consideration and adoption under this agenda item, one of which was the draft decision on matters relating to the Santiago network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, now contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L.9. I propose to orally amend this draft decision so that in paragraph 2, immediately after the words governing body or bodies, a footnote is added that reads as follows: nothing in this document prejudices parties, views or prejudices outcomes on matters related to the governance of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with the climate change impacts. Accordingly, I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L.5, and the draft decision entitled Matters relating to the Santiago network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L.9, as orally amended. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite a representative of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, Animish Kumar, to address the plenary. Mr. Kumar, you have the floor. I believe the representatives of UNDRR and the UNOPS representatives are not available at this moment.
Sorry. I apologize, the microphone wasn't working, Mr. President.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, Mr. President, I would now like to make a joint statement on behalf of the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, as well as the UN Office for Project Services, UNOPS, our partner organization. I extend our sincere gratitude to you, Mr. President, for this unique opportunity to speak. It's an honor to address this plenary as the newly appointed co-host of the Santiago Network Secretariat. We warmly welcome the decision to entrust us with this crucial role that is not just a recognition of our collective responsibilities and capabilities, but also a significant responsibility. We are keenly aware of the Santiago Network's pivotal role in assisting nations in averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage, and reaffirm our commitment to make this a reality. There are high expectations for the Santiago Network to quickly become fully operational, delivering tangible benefits at local, national, and regional levels. Leveraging our distinct strengths, technical expertise of UNDRR, and operational capacity of UNOPS, we pledge to focus our efforts on putting in place the mechanisms to make this happen. We emphasize that partnerships will be the cornerstone of the Santiago Network's success. We eagerly anticipate collaborating with parties and all the stakeholders, including international, regional, national organizations, and also to exploring ways to collaborate with the Caribbean Development Bank. Our commitment extends to maximizing the effectiveness of organizations, bodies, networks, and experts providing technical assistance. We will also support coherence and synergy with the newly formed loss and damage funding arrangements and the fund, aligning the Santiago Network's technical assistance with the programmatic approaches of the funding arrangements and the fund. I would like to end by extending our congratulations to you, Mr. President, for the organization of this session, and we look forward to demonstrating the progress we have made when we meet in Azerbaijan next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. The Caribbean Development Bank has submitted a written statement which will be uploaded to the submission portal and reflected in the report of the session. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 10, Matters Relating to Finance. You will recall the following organization of work we established at our first meeting on 30 November. For Sub-Item 10A, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Apollonia Mola and Ali Wakas. For sub-items 10B and C, a contact group was established for each sub-item, both co-chaired by Marine Lanoy and Richard Moyongi. For sub-item 10D, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Diane Blacklane and Luis Rosso. For sub-item 10E, a contact group was co-chaired by Gabrielle Blatter and Amina Yovoli. For sub-item 10F, a contact group was co-chaired by Elena Pereira and Kelly Sharp. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to means of implementation were conducted by Her Excellency Minister Yasmin Fouad and His Excellency Minister Stephen Gulbo. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Items 10A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance as contained in document F.CC/PA/CMA/2023/L.12. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Regarding the matter of the second review of the functions of the SCF, the SBI agreed to continue its consideration of this matter at SBI 61. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 10B, Guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I invite the CMA to consider the draft decision entitled Guidance to the Green Climate Fund contained in document F.CC/PA/CMA/2023/L.4. In paragraph 5 of the total of that draft decision, I propose to add the words framework for the, in the first line, before global goal on adaptation, so as to accurately refer to the decision just adopted under item 8A, matters relating to adaptation. Paragraph 5 will therefore read, also requests the board to take into consideration the framework for the global goal on adaptation referred to in decision CMA.5 and explore ways to assist parties in fully and effectively implementing the goal, in line with the existing investment results framework and funding windows and structures of the Green Climate Fund. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance to the Green Climate Fund contained in document FCCPA/PA/CMA/2023/L.4 as already amended. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 10C, Guidance to the Global Environment Facility. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance to the Global Environment Facility contained in document FCCPA/PA/CMA/2023/L.6. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 10E, New Collective Quantified Goal on Climate Finance. I invite the CMA to adopt a draft decision entitled New Collective Quantified Goal on Climate Finance, contained in document FCCPA/PA/CMA/2023/L.10. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 10F, compilation and synthesis of and summary or report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Compilation and Synthesis of and Summary Report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document FCCPA/PA/CMA/2023/L.11. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 13, Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. At their plenary meetings on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance, and I requested Andrei Marco and George Bosting to undertake consultations on my behalf to conclude the work. I invite the CMA to adopt draft decision entitled Review of the Functions, Work Programme and Modalities of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, Mid-Term Review of the Work Plan and Report of the Forum, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L.14, FCCC/KP/CMP/L.6, FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L.19. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 14, Matters relating to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. At its plenary meeting on 6 December, the SBSTA forwarded these matters for further guidance. I requested the same pairs of co-chairs to conduct consultations on outstanding technical work. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 14A, Guidance on Cooperative Approaches referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. Maria Gishi and Pierre Stiansen conducted informal consultations on this matter. Parties worked diligently through days and nights. However, considerations could not be completed here at this session. I therefore propose that the CMA requests the SBSTA to continue consideration of the relevant matters mandated by Decision 6/CMA.4 at SBSTA 60 with a view to recommending a draft decision for consideration and adoption by CMA 6. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 14B, Rules, Modalities and Procedures for the mechanism established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. Sonam Tashi and Kate Hanok conducted informal consultations on this matter. Parties worked tirelessly. However, they could not complete their consideration here at this session. I therefore propose that the CMA request the SBSTA to continue consideration of the relevant matters mandated by Decision 7/CMA.4 at SBSTA 60 with a view to recommending a draft decision for consideration and adoption by CMA 6. I further propose that the CMA requests the supervisory body for the mechanism to continue the relevant work to operationalize the mechanism with a view to elaborating and further developing recommendations for consideration and adoption by CMA 6. Can I take it that the CMA agrees to these proposals? I hear no objections. It is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 14C, Work Programme under the Framework for Non-Market Approaches referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement. Kristen Q and Jackie Roeska conducted informal consultations on this matter. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Work Programme under the Framework for Non-Market Approaches referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement in Decision 4/CMA.3, contained in document FCCA/PA/CMA/2023/L.13. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. This meeting of the CMA is suspended. I declare open the 6th meeting of the CMP. I would like to continue consideration of the decisions and conclusions recommended by adoption by the CMP. I will also report back on the outcome of the consultations undertaken by the Presidency of relevance to the CMP. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I invite the CMP to consider Item 2, Organizational Matters, Sub-Item 2C, Organization of Work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. You may recall that at our first meeting, I proposed to undertake consultations on the way forward regarding the proposal from Brazil on Article 3, Paragraph 9, and Article 21 of the Kyoto Protocol. Presidency consultations were undertaken on my behalf by Ambassador Tosi Mapono. Parties engaged in constructive dialogues, allowing for a comprehensive understanding of the positions held. However, no consensus among parties on the way forward under the CMP could be reached. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 4, Reporting from and Review of Parties included in Annex 1, Sub-Item A, National Communications. This matter was considered by the SBI. Consideration of this matter could not be completed by the SBI at this session. The matter will therefore be included in the provisional agendas for SBI 60 in accordance with Rules 10C and 16 of the Draft Rules of Procedures being applied. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 6, Matters relating to joint implementation. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters relating to joint implementation as contained in document FCCP/KP/CMP/2023/L.4. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite parties to consider Agenda Item 7, Matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. The CMP considered this matter in a contact group co-chaired by Diane Blacklane and Louise Rosso. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters relating to the Adaptation Fund, contained in document FCCP/KP/CMP/2023/L.5. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 9, Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Review of the Functions Work Programme and Modalities of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, Midterm Review of the Work Plan and Report of the Forum, contained in document FCCP/CP/2023/L.14, FCCP/KP/CMP/L.6, FCCP/PA/CMA/2023/L.19. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to Agenda Item 11, Report of the High-Level Ministerial Roundtable on Increased Ambition of Kyoto Protocol Commitments. At the first meeting, I proposed that informal consultations be conducted on my behalf by Iman Ostadi, a senior member of my delegation. I have to report that there is still no consensus on the way forward on this issue. Pursuant to Rules 10C and 16 of the draft Rules of Procedure being applied, this item will be included on the provisional agenda for CMP 18. I invite the CMP to consider Item 2, Organizational Matters, Sub-Item 2B, Election of Additional Officers. Agenda Item 5, Matters relating to the Clean Development Mechanism. Agenda Item 7, Matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. And Agenda Item 10, Report of the Compliance Committee. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. There will be no election of an additional member of the Bureau, as all nominees for the Bureau of the COP, whose election will be taken up later today, are also from parties to the Kyoto Protocol. I invite the CMP to elect the members and alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Clean Development Mechanism Executive Board, the Kyoto Protocol Compliance Committee, and the Adaptation Fund Board. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I congratulate the members and alternate members of these bodies on their election. I thank all the outgoing members and alternate members for their commitment and hard work that ensured the success of the work of these bodies. I note that there are nominations outstanding. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible, and in any case by 29 February 2024 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at CMP 18 in accordance with established practice. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 14, Other Matters. Would parties like to raise any other matters? I see some requests. I invite parties to turn to Agenda 15, conclusion of the session. Turning to Agenda Sub-Item 15A, adoption of the draft report on the session. The preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the governing bodies at this session will be provided at the end of the COP meeting. The draft report is contained in document FCCP/KP/CMP/2023/L.1. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Hearing no objections, hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the United Arab Emirates, as contained in document FCCP/CP/2023/L.7, FCCP/KP/CMP/2023/L.3, FCCP/PA/CMA/2023/L.3. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I hereby adjourn the 6th meeting of the CMP. I hereby resume the 6th meeting of the CMA. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 10D, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Adaptation Fund, contained in document F CCC/PA/CMA/2023/L.8. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Next, I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 2B, Election of Additional Officers. Agenda Item 9, Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts. Agenda Item 14, Matters Relating to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Agenda Item 15, Report of the Committee to Facilitate Implementation and Promote Compliance referred to in Article 15, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. I would again like to thank Ambassador Mohammed Nasr for his hard work in leading these consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. There will be no election of an additional member of the COP Bureau, as all nominees for the Bureau of the COP, whose election will be taken up later today, are also from the parties to the Paris Agreement. I invite the CMA to elect the members and alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations. The Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage, the advisory body of the Santiago Network, Article 6.4 Supervisory Body, and Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members and alternate members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all the outgoing members and alternate members for their commitment and hard work that ensured the success of the work of these bodies. I note that there are nominations outstanding. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the 29th February 2024 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at CMA 5 in accordance with established practice. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 18, Other Matters. You may recall that at our first meeting, I proposed to undertake consultations on the way forward regarding the proposal from Zambia on behalf of the African Group on the issues of special needs and special circumstances of Africa, and stated that I would report on this and any other issues raised in the consultations under Agenda Item 18, Other Matters. I appointed Federica Fricano to conduct these consultations on my behalf. An inclusive consultative process was held on Tuesday 5th and Sunday 10th of December. During the constructive exchanges, parties acknowledged that the Convention of the Paris Agreement already provides recognition of the urgent and immediate needs of particularly vulnerable developing countries to the adverse effects of climate change, including Africa. There were suggestions to use existing spaces to discuss wider regional needs and general matters related to special circumstances of developing countries at a regional level. However, despite the constructive engagement of all parties, there was no consensus on the original proposal.
I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 19, conclusion of the session. Turning to Sub-Item 19A, adoption of the draft report on the session, The preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the governing bodies at this session will be provided at the end of the COP meeting. The draft report is contained in document FCCC/PS/CMA/2023/L3. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Let me request the Secretariat to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to inform parties that a few editorial and technical issues have been identified in a few decisions that have been adopted today. In completing the report with the assistant support of the rapporteur, the Secretariat will make these editorial amendments, which will be reflected in the final report. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the CMA to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the United Arab Emirates as contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L7, FCCC/KP/2023/L3, and FCCC/PS/CMA/2023/L7. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I would like to continue consideration of the remaining decisions and conclusions recommended for adoption by the COP. I will also report back on the outcome of the consultations undertaken by the Presidency on building opportunities for youth to engage in the UNFCCC process. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I invite parties to turn to sub-agenda item 2F, Organization of Work, including for the sessions of subsidiary bodies. Ms. Widad Al-Hassan and Ms. Fatima Al-Halami conducted consultations on the way forward to build opportunities for stronger inclusion and engagement of youth in climate action and UNFCCC processes. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Presidency Youth Climate Champion as contained in FCCC/CP/2023/L113, FCCC/PS/CMA/2023/1.15, L115. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. Consultations on the COP's authority over the guidance to the WIM, including its executive committee, were conducted by Mr. Mohamed Al-Sharif. Considerations related to the governance of the WIM will continue at the next session. Parties were, however, able to reach a resolution that will enable the critical work of the WIM to continue to progress. Furthermore, I note that the subsidiary bodies considered matters under the agenda item and have recommended 2 decisions for consideration and adoption. Before moving to the adoption of these decisions, I propose oral amendments as follows. On the drafted decision entitled Report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L5, there is a typo in paragraph 1 in reference to the CMA decision symbol. This paragraph should read, endorses decision /CMA.5 On the report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, and the report of the Executive Committee, which provides as follows. End of quote. On the draft decision entitled, quote, matters relating to the Santiago network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, end of quote, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L8, in paragraph 1, in the quoted paragraph 2, immediately after the words governing body or bodies, I propose to introduce a footnote that reads as follows. Quote, nothing in this document prejudices parties, end of quote, views or prejudges outcomes on matters related to the governance of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. End of quote. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L5 as orally amended, and the draft decision entitled Matters relating to the Santiago network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L8 as already amended. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 8. Matters related to finance. You will recall the following organization of work that we established at our first meeting on 30th November. For sub-item 8A, a contact group was established, chaired by Carlos Fuller and Gade Lindsay. For sub-item B, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Apollonia Miola and Ad Wagas. For sub-items 8C and 8D, a contact group was established for both agenda sub-items, co-chaired by Marine Lanoy and Richard Moyonge. For sub-items 8E, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Ricardo Marshall and Solomon Sconfield. For sub-item 8F, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Elena Pereira and Kelly Sharp. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to means of implementation were conducted by His Excellency Minister Yasmin Faud and His Excellency Minister Stephen Gilbert. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8A, long-term finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Long-Term Climate Finance, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L10 Rev 1. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L9. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Regarding the matter of the second review of the functions of the Standing Committee on Finance, the SBI agreed to continue its consideration of this matter at SBI 61. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and Guidance to the Green Climate Fund, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L3. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8D, report of the Global Environment Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Global Environment Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L.6. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8E, the seventh review of the financial mechanism. I invite the COP to adopt the drafted decision entitled Seventh Review of the Financial Mechanism contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L12. I see the U.S. asking for the floor. You have the floor, the U.S.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We object to the proposed decision under COP Agenda Item 8E on the seventh review of the financial mechanism. The proposed decision does not address the key issue the United States has raised consistently in discussions under this agenda item, namely that the CMA must also review the financial mechanism with respect to how the financial mechanism serves the agreement. This is an issue of critical institutional importance and proper governance. The Paris Agreement is not subsidiary to the Convention, and Article 9.8 of the Paris Agreement unequivocally states that the financial mechanism shall serve the Paris Agreement. The CMA must be allowed to review the financial mechanism with respect to how it serves the Paris Agreement in accordance with the agreement. As we have made clear, we cannot accept a review of the financial mechanism by the COP only. We reiterate our position that the seventh review must also be a CMA agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The U.S. has an objection to the adoption of the draft decision. There does not appear to be consensus to adopt the draft decision, as we could not conclude its consideration under this agenda item. The matter will be included in the provisional agenda for the next session in accordance with Rules 10C and 16 of the draft Rules of Procedure being applied. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8F, compilation and synthesis of, and summary report on the in-session workshop on biannual communication of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Compilation and Synthesis of, and Summary Report on the in-session workshop on biannual communication of information related to Article 9, Paragraphs 5 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023 L11. I take note of the EU asking for the floor. The EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was on the previous agenda item. We just wanted to express our support with the position of the previous speaker. We also express regret, particularly at a meeting in which we've just adopted yet another operating entity of the financial mechanism under the Paris Agreement and serving the convention as well, that we cannot, under that agenda item, deal with the review under both governing bodies. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I'll go back to the agenda item we are considering. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. I also just wanted to come in on the item relating to the review of the financial mechanism and align Australia with the views expressed by the United States for the reasons expressed by my colleague from the United States and also by the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Australia. I go back to agenda sub-item 8F. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Compilation and Synthesis of and Summary Report on the in-session workshop on biannual communication of information related to Article 9. I have Egypt requesting for the floor. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and apologies. Going back to the same agenda item, on behalf of the African Group, I just want to put on record that we are surprised that a decision that was taken and endorsed several years ago is not being implemented, which questions the ability of the parties to move forward in delivering on the decisions that they have agreed to collectively. The review of the financial mechanism under the COP has been mandated, agreed, and it should be delivered by the Standing Committee on Finance. While we cannot object to the objection, but we want to put on record that this is delaying a mandate that was given, agreed by all parties, and we regret that some parties are handing or holding this agenda item hostage for pushing other agenda items and other governing bodies. We would like this to be put on record, and we hope that when we meet next time, we are committed, all of us, to deliver on our mandates, on our agreed decisions, and take things forward and not hold agenda items hostage because of specific views that might not be agreed collectively. I thank you.
Thank you for all these statements. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Compilation and Synthesis of and Summary Report on the in-session workshops on biannual communication of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement as contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L11. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 12, report of the forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Review of the Functions, Work Program and Modalities of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, Mid-Term Review of the Work Plan and Report of the Forum, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L14, FCCCKP/CMP/L6, and FCCCPA/CMF/2023/L19. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to sub-item 2D, election of officers other than the President. Item 6, report of the Adaptation Committee and review of the progress, effectiveness and performance of the Adaptation Committee. Item 8B, matters related to the Standing Committee on Finance. Item 9, development and transfer of technologies and implementation of technology mechanism, joint and annual report of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center and Network. And item 10, capacity building under the Convention. I would like to inform parties that consultations on the nominations for election have been concluded and nominations received for election to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Ambassador Mohamed Nasser for conducting these consultations. I would also like to thank all chairs and coordinators of regional groups and constituencies for their active and constructive engagement in their consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. I now invite the COP to elect to its bureau the following members. As Vice Presidents, Ms. Svetlana Zekova of Bulgaria, Mr. David Mankiani of Armenia, Mr. Julio Codano of Chile, Ms. Katie Hancock of Australia, Ms. Christina E. Stage of Marshall Islands, Mr. Harif Vroes of Netherlands. As SBI Chair, Mr. Nabil Munia of Pakistan, and as Rapporteur, Ms. Rochelle Newbold of Bahamas. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members of the Bureau on their election. I would also like to express appreciation to the various Bureau members under whose guidance and leadership we have made tremendous progress, especially their guidance for the organization and the work of the conference. I note that nominations are outstanding from African states. I invite the African states to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by 29 February 2024 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP28 in accordance with the established practice. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Turning to the election of members of constituted bodies under the Convention, I invite the COP to elect the members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Adaptation Committee, the CTCN Advisory Board, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the Standing Committee on Finance, and the Technology Executive Committee. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all the outgoing members for their commitment and hard work, and that has ensured the success of the work of these bodies. I note that there are nominations outstanding of these bodies. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the 29th February 2024 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP28 in accordance with the established practice. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I see no request for the floor. I now invite parties to turn to agenda item 18, other matters. Would parties like to raise any other matters? I see no request for the floor. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 19, conclusion of the session. Turning to agenda sub-item 19A, adoption of the draft report on the session. I invite Kacha Kuklashami from the Secretariat to provide us with a preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the COP here in the UAE. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Several decisions adopted at this session have financial and human resource implications beyond the provisions in the biennium 2024-2025 budget. All funding estimates and categorization of activities as per the methods established for the UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of the document FCCC/SBI/2023/2 are preliminary assessments and based on information currently available. Before I go into the details of the financial implications of the decisions taken by the governing bodies at this session, I wish to emphasize that the Secretariat requires reliable and sustained funding for the party-approved mandates. In addition, it is imperative that the funding is available in order to start the work on the critical mandates. We will only be in a position to prepare and deliver the newly mandated outputs when, to say it plainly, money is in the bank. Additional contributions will be required urgently in the Trust Fund for supplementary activities, as contributions received to date are not sufficient to prepare and deliver on all mandated outputs that were requested by the governing and subsidiary bodies at previous sessions. I will now turn to the budgetary implications of decisions taken by governing bodies at the current session under the relevant agenda items. Under COP Agenda Item 2, Presidency Youth Climate Champion, supplementary funding in the amount of €2.29 million will be required to provide support for the work of the respective champions during the 2024-2025 period. Out of the total requirement, the amount of €308,000 will be absorbed from existing resources. This item includes activities under budget category 2, long-term or recurring, under the method established for UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of the document FCCC/SBI/2023/2. Under COP Agenda Item 7 and CMA Agenda Item 9, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, requirements of €235,000 will be absorbed from existing resources. Related outputs include the development of draft guidelines on preventing conflict of interest in relation to the Santiago Network, translation of knowledge products, and arrangement for events. Under COP Agenda Item 8A, long-term climate finance supplementary funding in the amount of €1.45 million will be required for the biennium 2024-2025 to prepare a report. Under COP Agenda Item 8B and CMA Agenda Item 10A, matters related to the Standing Committee on Finance, supplementary funding in the amount of €3.66 million will be required in the biennium 2024-2025 to support the implementation of further work on Paris Agreement, Article 2, Paragraph 1C. Under COP Agenda Item 8G and CMA Agenda Item 10G, operationalization of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage referred to in Paragraph 2, including the fund referred to in Paragraph 3 of Decisions 2/CPs 27 and 2/CMA4, requirements for the interim secretariat consisting of the UNFCCC Secretariat, the United Nations Development Programme, and the Secretariat of the Green Climate Fund amount to €3.15 million in 2024 to make arrangements for convening meetings of the board of the fund and support the development and implementation of the work plan of the board until the Secretariat of the fund is fully operational. The budget of the interim Secretariat is expected to be sourced from financing to be made available for operationalizing the fund. Additional contributions outside the fund will not be required. Under COP Agenda Item 9 and CMA Agenda Item 11, Development and Transfer of Technologies and Implementation of the Technology Mechanism, supplementary funding in the amount of €200,000 will be required in 2024 to produce a technical paper on artificial intelligence for climate action, to collaborate with CTCN and UNEP on resource mobilization, and to prepare a synthesis report and organize an in-session workshop. The estimate for the same outputs was reported to SBI and SBSTA under the respective agenda items. Under COP Agenda Item 10, Capacity Building under the Convention, and CMA Agenda Item 12, Capacity Building under the Paris Agreement, supplementary funding in the amount of €27,000 will be required in 2024 to produce a synthesis report. Under COP Agenda Item 12, CMA Agenda Item 13, and CMP Agenda Item 9, report on the forum on the impact of implementation of response measures, supplementary funding in the amount of €1.16 million will be required in 2024 and 2025 for several knowledge products to be prepared by the KCI and events and dialogues to be organized by the forum. This item includes activities under budget category 2, long-term or reoccurring, and category 3, temporary or short-term under the methods established for the UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of the document FCCC/SBI/2023/2. Under COP Agenda Item 13, Gender and Climate Change, requirement of €102,000 will be absorbed from existing resources. Related outputs include a synthesis report, an in-session workshop, and a summary report. Under the CMA Agenda Item 4, first global stocktake, an estimated amount of at least €4.3 million will be required in 2024 and 2025 for the dialogues and preparation of reports. Please note that the budgetary implications for implementation of the GST decisions are very preliminary at this point. The Secretariat will carefully study the implications and update the estimate accordingly, including how much of those implications are already covered by existing resources. Under CMA Agenda Item 5, Work Program on Just Transition Pathways, referred to in the relevant paragraphs of Decision 1/CMA4, funding in the amount of €1.75 million will be required in 2024 to hold at least 2 dialogues prior to the regular session of the subsidiary bodies, prepare an annual report on the dialogues, and an annual report on the activities from the work program. Under CMA Agenda Item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation of Work Program, referred to in Decision 4/CMA4,
supplementary funding in the amount of 1.31 million euro will be required in 2024 and 2025 to organize and report on global dialogues and investment-focused events. Under CMA Agenda Item 7, reporting and review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, provision of financial and technical support to developing country parties for reporting and capacity building, supplementary funding in the amount of 175,000 euro will be required in 2024 and 2025 to organize online regional workshops prior to SB 60, organize an in-person workshop at SB 60, to produce a synthesis report prior to SB 62, to organize a facilitated dialogue at SB 62, and to prepare a summary report of lessons learned and best practices. Under CMA Agenda Item 8, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in Decision 7/CMA3, supplementary funding in the amount of 178 million, 1.78 million euro will be required in 2024-2025 to launch a two-year work program on indicators for measuring progress towards achieving targets, to arrange a workshop on indicators for measuring progress, and to undertake technical work in support of the framework and the work program. Under the CMP Agenda Item 5, matters related to clean development mechanism, supplementary funding in the amount of 20,000 euro will be absorbed from existing resources. The Secretariat is requested to prepare 2 technical papers. Under CMA Agenda Item 14C, work program under the framework for non-market approaches referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement, and in the Decision 4/CMA3, supplementary funding in the amount of 80,000 euro will be required in 2024 to develop a manual, prepare a synthesis report on submissions, and a workshop report. Unless specified otherwise, all activities under the aforementioned items are temporary or short-term in nature and fall under Category 3 under the established methodology for UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of document FCC/SBI/2023/2. The total amount of estimated additional contribution required in the Trust Fund for supplementary activities to enable the Secretariat to develop the outputs in the biennium 2024-2025 as mandated by the governing bodies in this session amounts to 17.8 million euro. All supplementary funding requirements for the biennium 2024 and 2025 will be included in the fundraising letter that will be sent by the Secretariat to relevant parties in the beginning of 2024. Resource requirements in 2026 and beyond resulting from decisions taken in this session will be treated in line with the established budgetary processes. We hope that the Secretariat can count on the urgent support of parties to provide adequate, reliable, and timely funding for the activities to be undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The draft report is contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/AO2. I invite the COP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the United Arab Emirates as contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L7 and FCCC/CMP/2023/L3 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L7. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Let me give the floor to Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Conference of Parties expressed their profound gratitude to the Government of United Arab Emirates for having made it possible for the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties, the 18th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the 5th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement to be held in Dubai. The Conference of Parties requests the Government of the United Arab Emirates to convey the city and people of Dubai the gratitude of the Conference of the Parties, the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the Conference of Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement for the hospitality and warmth extended to the participant. I thank you.
I hereby adjourn the 6th meeting of the COP. Dear delegates, I now open a joint 7th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. The 7th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. 7th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. I will invite parties to make their statements. I will continue from the list of speakers earlier today. I urge parties to keep within the time limit of 3 minutes. I invite parties to upload your full statements on the UNFCCC website. I now give the floor to Paraguay.
Apreciados colegas, señor presidente, en mi capacidad nacional como representante del Paraguay, quisiera agradecer y reconocer a la presidencia emiratí de la COP28, a la Secretaría y miembros de los órganos subsidiarios por el esfuerzo dedicado para manejar difíciles negociaciones entre las partes. Asimismo, manifiesto una vez más nuestro compromiso de avanzar en la aplicación plena del Acuerdo de París, como siempre lo hemos demostrado. Celebramos la puesta en marcha del Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños y las contribuciones anunciadas. No obstante, este auspicioso logro no debe hacernos perder de vista que es fundamental que el financiamiento climático aumente significativamente. El Paraguay registra bajas emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y su principal sector económico, la agricultura, depende del clima. Sin embargo, afrontamos los daños como nosotros como país no hemos provocado. Por eso vemos con preocupación algunos puntos referentes a la meta global de adaptación y consideramos imperativo tener en cuenta en todo momento el principio de responsabilidad común pero diferenciada. La adaptación no solo es una prioridad nacional, sino que es un tema de suma urgencia. Esta COP inició con esperanzas acerca del resultado del primer balance mundial para definir en conjunto cómo abordaríamos un desafío común respecto a la urgencia de la crisis climática que apuntan al objetivo de los 1.5 grados. Con relación al llamado a los esfuerzos globales para la reducción de gases de efecto invernadero diferentes al CO2, en particular del metano, mencionado en el párrafo 28, inciso F del documento sobre balance global, el Paraguay observa la redacción con disconformidad y la rechaza, dado que un gran porcentaje de las actividades económicas nacionales se relacionan con el sector productivo, las que desarrollamos de manera sostenible y armónica con el ambiente. Por este motivo, creemos firmemente que se debe diferenciar entre países desarrollados y no desarrollados y solicitamos se deje constancia de esta manifestación. En materia de los esfuerzos para detener o revertir la deforestación mencionada en el párrafo 33, el Paraguay expresa su disconformidad con la redacción, la rechaza y reafirma que debe referirse específicamente a la deforestación ilegal. Y en particular, los esfuerzos se deben implementar de manera determinada nacionalmente y teniendo en cuenta las diferentes circunstancias nacionales. También solicitamos se deje constancia de esta manifestación. Creemos que nuestros esfuerzos conjuntos debe primar la determinación de dejar un digno legado a las futuras generaciones. Una política de ámbito mundial requiere al propio tiempo de todo un compromiso mundial al desarrollo que debe tener en cuenta la relación existente entre la protección del ambiente y la urgente necesidad de acelerar el progreso económico de los países en desarrollo. Los países en desarrollo no podemos renunciar al derecho al desarrollo, que es un derecho humano inalienable. Así ha sido reconocido por las Naciones Unidas y la acción climática forma parte del desarrollo sostenible al cual aspiramos todos los pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to invite France. France, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, je souhaite m'aligner avec la déclaration de l'Union européenne et souligner à titre national les points suivants. L'accord de la COP28 qui vient d'être adopté est une victoire du multilatéralisme. Notre accord est aussi une victoire pour le climat. 8 ans après l'accord de Paris, nous avons franchi une étape très importante pour limiter le dérèglement climatique. Le texte contient du langage fort sur les énergies fossiles, en appelant pour la première fois à leur sortie progressive, en cohérence avec l'objectif des 1,5 degrés. C'est la première fois que tous les pays convergent sur ce point et je souhaite remercier toutes les parties car je sais combien certaines sont sorties de leur zone de confort comme nous y invitait la présidence de la COP28. L'accord nous fixe une grande ambition pour les renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique et mentionne pour la première fois le nucléaire tout en faisant une place à la sobriété énergétique. C'est un résultat sans précédent qui envoie un signal fort à l'ensemble des acteurs et au marché. Nous aurions bien sûr souhaité que le texte prenne des engagements plus forts sur le charbon ou sur le méthane. Le texte reprend les messages les plus importants des scientifiques du GIEC pour tenir la trajectoire d'1,5 degré, pic de nos émissions d'ici 2025, baisse de nos émissions de 43% d'ici 2030 et de 60% d'ici 2035. Cet engagement, la France et l'Union européenne le relèvent en ayant inscrit dans le marbre de la loi la baisse de nos émissions d'ici 2030 à 55%. L'année dernière, nous les avons baissées de 2,7%. Ici, à Dubaï, nous avons également adopté le fonds pertes et dommages. La France a tout fait pour aboutir à ce compromis et remercie la présidence d'avoir mis beaucoup d'énergie à obtenir un accord dès le démarrage de la COP. Enfin, cet accord reprend le travail du président de la République française à la suite du sommet de Paris et la conclusion du pacte de Paris pour les peuples et la planète, notamment sur les financements innovants, y compris les taxations. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, nous avons tous travaillé très dur pour arriver à ce résultat et je souhaite saluer et remercier du fond du cœur les pays, les ministres et les représentants des pays les moins avancés. le groupe des petits États insulaires en développement, le groupe AILAC et le Brésil et tous les pays qui ont œuvré ensemble pour ce résultat sans précédent. Ensemble et avec l'Union européenne, nous avons travaillé de façon incroyable pour aboutir à ce résultat. Je n'oublierai jamais nos séances de travail et toute la passion que j'ai vue dans l'engagement de chacun des ministres. Nous devons poursuivre ce travail et cette union pour les prochaines COP. Bien sûr, le texte est le fruit d'un compromis et ne peut nous satisfaire totalement. Il ne met pas fin à la crise climatique. Nous sommes toujours sur un sentier d'émissions dramatiques. Nous allons devoir travailler encore très dur, à bas coût, à Belém et au-delà. Il faut aller plus loin sur la solidarité avec les pays du Sud, plus loin sur la justice climatique. Mais je souhaite que nous gardions cet esprit de Dubaï pour les prochaines COP, car il est indispensable pour continuer à avancer. Mes remerciements et mes plus sincères félicitations vont enfin au président de la COP 28, Dr Sultan Al-Jaber, et à ses équipes, pour leur engagement de tous les instants pour parvenir à cet accord ambitieux. Monsieur le Président, je sais que vous et vos équipes ont travaillé d'arrache-pied depuis 12 mois, que vous n'avez pas transigé avec la science. Je veux vous dire que vous pouvez être collectivement fiers de ce que vous avez accompli et je vous remercie pour ce leadership sans qui aucun accord n'aurait été possible.
Thank you, France, for your statement. Allow me to invite Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Sénégal a le privilège de faire cette déclaration au nom du groupe des négociations des 46 pays les moins avancés. Le groupe s'aligne sur la position du G77 et de la Chine, du groupe africain et du groupe des pays des petits États insulaires en développement. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier chaleureusement les Émirats arabes unis pour l'organisation réussie de cette COP28, ainsi que le secrétariat et tous les co-facilitateurs pour le travail acharné et l'engagement dont ils ont fait preuve toutes ces semaines durant. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, en tant que pays les moins avancés, nous sommes en première ligne de cette crise climatique à laquelle nous avons le moins contribué. Les conséquences terribles seront désastreuses, accompagnées de leur lot de morts et de larmes, continuent chaque jour d'affecter négativement la vie de plus d'1 milliard de personnes. Nous sommes venus à Dubaï avec la lourde responsabilité de répondre aux aspirations de nos concitoyens. Sur le bilan mondial, nous apprécions les avancées obtenues sur ce point. Cependant, sur de nombreuses questions, notamment le 1,5 degré, l'adaptation et les pertes et préjudices, ce résultat ne répond pas à l'ampleur ou à l'urgence de l'action climatique requise pour combler les lacunes de mise en œuvre identifiées. Maintenir la hausse des températures en dessous de 1,5 est une question essentielle pour nous les PMA. Sur la finance climatique, le bilan mondial met en évidence le vaste écart entre les besoins des pays en développement et les financements disponibles, renforçant la trajectoire d'alourdissement de la dette pour nos pays. L'année prochaine, le NCQJ devra forcément répondre à l'objectif de 1,5 degré Celsius. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, sur l'adaptation, nous apprécions tous vos efforts pour nous rapprocher d'un résultat dans le cadre du DDA. Cependant, nous demeurons préoccupés par le fait que le cadre de GCA ne bénéficie pas de moyens de mise en œuvre effectifs. Dans ce sens, des efforts devront être menés. Sur la finance climatique, nous remercions les pays qui se sont engagés à contribuer au Fonds vert climat, au Fonds sur les pertes et préjudices et au Fonds d'adaptation, au Fonds pour les pays les moins avancés et au Fonds spécial pour les changements climatiques. Toutefois, nous sommes préoccupés par la faiblesse des contributions globales à l'adaptation. Nous encourageons les pays développés à prendre des engagements supplémentaires. Nous attendons des progrès concrets concernant le doublement du financement de l'adaptation et demandons aux pays développés de fournir des informations détaillées sur leur mise en œuvre de cet objectif. L'absence de définition commune du financement climat demeure une réelle préoccupation sur la transparence du financement. En ce qui concerne le NCQJ, nous nous félicitons des modalités de travail retenues pour l'année prochaine. Nous souhaitons réaffirmer que le financement des pertes et préjudices doit faire intégrant des résultats du NCQJ. Le nouvel objectif financier devra être aligné à notre ambition de 1,5 degré Celsius et résorber le déficit de financement pour l'action climatique dans les pays en développement. Sur l'atténuation, nous sommes préoccupés par la dernière version du texte. Le libellé entourant le pic des émissions de gaz à effet de serre est faible. Nul besoin de rappeler que les pays les moins avancés sont à l'avant-garde de la crise climatique et que les impacts dépassent nos limites d'adaptation au niveau actuel de réchauffement. Mesdames, Messieurs, sur les pertes et préjudices, nous apprécions l'adoption historique de la décision relative au fonds des pertes et préjudices et saluons les premières contributions notées. La mise en place de ce fonds constitue un premier pas dans le processus de reconnaissance des pertes et préjudices. Il s'agit, à partir de maintenant, de garantir les contributions optimales pour une utilisation judicieuse de ces fonds à la hauteur du niveau proportionné aux coûts importants et croissants des impacts du changement climatique dans nos pays et communautés vulnérables. Nous nous félicitons de la mise en œuvre du réseau de Santiago Network et attendons avec impatience le travail de consortium de l'UNDRR et de l'UNOPS en vue de l'établissement du secrétariat du réseau, conformément à la vision exprimée par les partis par l'intermédiaire du Conseil consultatif. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, Mesdames, Messieurs, le groupe des PMA reste engagé à travers toutes les parties de manière responsable et constructive pour faire avancer ce processus durant les prochaines années. Nous sommes dans le combat de notre survie et c'est le combat pour une justice climatique. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Indonesia to take the floor. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, let me reiterate our deep gratitude and appreciations to you and the people of the government of UAE for the warm welcome, excellent arrangement made for hosting the COP28. On our first day, we have adopted a long-awaited outcome on the funding arrangement for responding loss and damage, along with the commitments from countries to contribute to the funding, including from the UAE. We managed to get an agreement and balanced text on important agendas. However, understand that some aspects need to be compromised, including on our parts. We would like to congratulate the Presidency for the hard work up to this point of success, and Indonesia accept these outcomes with some crucial notes. On the global stocktake, our approach should be taken on the text as a whole, not by cherry-picking some part of the text in which might be uncomfortable for us. The specific language on transitioning away from fossil fuel must be understood in the context of different national circumstances, pathway and approach in line with the principle of Paris Agreement. Indonesia would not accept less than that for our future references. While noting the balanced reference on the most part of the text about indigenous peoples and local communities as agreed on the Paris Agreement, we regret that on para 61, this balance is not reflected. For Indonesia, we would take into account the value of local communities as well as in the implementation. On the loss and damage, under the GST, we note of having a standing agenda item on loss and damage under COP, CMA, and its subsequent SDs. On finance, the text has indicated balanced views between the needs of developing countries and effort made by developed countries. For its implementations, action for developed countries to continue taking leads in mobilizing climate finance from a wide variety of sources and more global effort on transition in finance is matter. The fulfillment of climate finance pledge is a game changer. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius alive can only be done with action. We could not cover this goal simply by new and additional ambition alone. We need concrete implementation. Indonesia stands ready to work with all parties on the successful implementations and discussion on the remaining technical aspect as appropriate. Lastly, As others have done so, Indonesia would like to also extend its full support to Azerbaijan and Brazil as presidency of COP29 and COP2030 respectively. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Indonesia. I'd like to remind all parties of the time limit. Let's please stick to a maximum of 3 minutes. I'd also like to invite you to submit or upload your full statement on the UNFCCC website. Allow me now to invite Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Philippines thanks your excellent leadership and with your team, the extensive and inclusive consultations that were held to bring us to where we are today, the UAE consensus. The Philippines commends the key milestones achieved here at COP28 on the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund and the Santiago Network. The Philippines, as a high-risk and climate-vulnerable country, is pleased to have secured a seat in the inaugural Loss and Damage Fund Board representing the Asia-Pacific Group. As already announced by our President, we are offering to host the L&D Fund Board. Mr. President, we strongly support your initiative on Youth Climate Champion. We recognize the utmost importance of our young people, with their diverse backgrounds and circumstances, and the key roles they play in developing, prioritizing, and adopting ecological initiatives. On the decisions we have adopted, the Philippines notes with concern that the global stocktake did not result in a stronger outcome on matters relating to equity and CBDR-RC. That the GGA lacks explicit reference to CBDR-RC and the mobility and displacement issues, while further noting that the decision text nevertheless refers to national circumstances. We called for a standing agenda item on loss and damage for SBs, the CMA, and COP. This was not included, but we note and receive well the President's assurance that this will be taken up as part of the existing agenda items on the whim. On para 28, we reiterate that nothing in this decision diminishes the existing obligation of developed countries under the Convention and its Paris Agreement, and does not impose conditionalities upon developing countries to access MOIs. On mitigation, the findings of the IPCC AR6 synthesis report has not served as a wake-up call for our current climate actions to be more ambitious to keep 1.5 alive for us to thrive and survive. On the other side of the coin, we are very pleased to see on the GST and the GGA the nexus of biodiversity and climate action. The firm commitment to use best available science, but underscoring that safeguards are in place for the conservation and protection of the environment. The adoption of the Just Transition Work Program, ensuring that transition is equitable and inclusive while minimizing the negative impacts on workers, communities, and vulnerable groups. The transition to a negotiating work modality to set the NCQG and enhance ways forward on scaling up adaptation finance to support the evolving needs of developing countries. And on Article 6, the continued consideration of emissions avoidance as an eligible activity under this article. Congratulations to Azerbaijan and Brazil, our hosts for COP28 and COP29. Thank you again. COP29 and COP30. Thank you again to the President and UAE for the exceptional and generous hosting. The full version of our statement will be submitted. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Morocco. You have the floor. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Excellency Co-Presidents. I'm speaking on behalf of Morocco. The Moroccan delegation wishes to thank our brother country, the UAE, for its efforts during this conference of the parties. The outcome of the world's first global stocktake offers much to inspire, while leaving much to be desired and delivered. We must note with alarm and serious concern the latest science. In Africa, lives are at stake, The emissions of yesterday are driving climate impacts today, resulting in the loss and damage of our communities. We express our solidarity with other countries around the world who are also facing emergency threats to the existence of their communities, especially in Africa and the Arab region. In small island states, least developed countries and other developing countries suffering from crises they did not create. We welcome the UAE consensus on unprecedented new commitments, including tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, and transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. The global goal on adaptation, with its new and unprecedented collective targets, the operationalization of the loss and damage fund, which must respond to hundreds of billions of dollars being lost by developing countries. However, we join our brother countries from Africa and beyond in nothing regret that these commitments leave uncertain the means of their implementation. These commitments will remain undelivered unless supported by additional finance. We are afraid that we will not achieve these ambitions unless the developed countries meet their finance commitments under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We would gently remind the developed countries that the Paris Agreement does include differentiation regarding the provision of finance. In the words of the Paris Agreement, developed countries must take the lead. This is based on the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. This doesn't mean that developed countries are expected to finance everything, but developing countries are already paying enormous sums, too much of our public money, for the costs of energy transition, of adaptation, and of historic loss and damage for problems we did not create. This is on the top of development efforts in tackling human poverty, education, and health across Morocco and Africa. Excellencies, Mr. President, as Morocco, of course, we want to achieve emissions neutrality, to phase out pollution energies, and to adapt to climate change. But to fully do so, we need new and additional grant equivalent public finance. In this sense, we note with concern what seem to be efforts in recent years to dilute the principle of equity and responsibilities of developed countries. We are now in the most difficult part of the Paris Agreement, the era of implementation, which requires responsible conversations about the inadequacy of the means of implementation. In this regard, we look forward to agreements at COP29 of a new collective quantified goal with layers including provisions as well as mobilization, responding to mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. This will give us the confidence that we can deliver the ambition agreed today. We look forward to COP29 in Azerbaijan, and thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Norway, please? Norway, you have the floor. And I remind all parties of the time limits, please. Maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to commend the Presidency, the Norwegian delegation and all parties present for the immense job undertaken both before and during this COP. Together, we have taken a decision on the first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement, and that's historic. It shows that the Paris Agreement is working. We are taking big steps in the right direction. At the same time, we recognize that we are not on track. Now we must step up our actions. This decision is a step up, an obligation for all of us. For the first time ever, we have had a real discussion on fossil fuels phase-out. Even though we, as many others like Samoa, wanted stronger language, the commitment to transition away from fossil fuels in our energy systems is groundbreaking and cannot be misunderstood. Not by governments, not by markets, not by anyone. We also agree on other crucial elements, such as the importance of conserving, protecting and restoring nature and ecosystems, and that we must substantially reduce methane. With today's decisions, we can keep 1.5 alive. However, international agreements does not cut emissions by itself. The real job starts now. Now it is up to all of us to follow up on our commitment and implement it. And on implementation, we have a long way to go. We had higher hopes for the mitigation work program to give us guidance on how to accelerate the just energy transition, and the decision does not deliver on that. We are glad we have an outcome on adaptation that will bolster adaptation efforts supported by the new framework on the global goal on adaptation. And on finance flows and means of implementation, we recognize the critical role of public finance to support the implementation of action in developing countries, in particular for adaptation. At the same time, we need to scale up and align all financial flows in accordance with Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. We look forward to further work on Article 2.1c as a follow-up of the GST. The language on human rights are deeply concerning. Human rights are not something parties should be encouraged to take into account. Human rights must be respected, promoted, and fulfilled. Dear all, in 1992, countries joined the Convention on Climate Change as a framework for international cooperation to combat climate change. That's 30 years ago, and in those 31 years, we have moved in the wrong direction. I'm 31. And I very much plan to stick around for the next 31 years. The decision today should frame the majority of my life and the life of many others. Our decision is groundbreaking, but only if we utilize it to create meaningful impact and follow up. Societies do not follow some predefined path. They are built by people, by us. Together, we can design the societies, the world that we want for the future. Let's act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I'd like to invite Ghana to take the floor. Ghana, you have the floor.
Excellencies, esteemed guests and colleagues, it's a great sense of honor that I speak for Ghana and on behalf of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, representing 58 countries with a population of about 1.4 billion. We thank the COP28 presidency, for the distinguished service so far rendered to this meeting. We thank all staff for their dedication and commitment to duty. Dr. Jabbar, we've seen how you've conducted yourself during this meeting, your inclusiveness and fairness, and your listening ability to everybody. We do know that this COP has generated and delivered things that we've never dreamt that would be done, especially the Loss and Damage Fund. We also do recognize the global stocktake, and that is where we think things could have been done in a fair manner and a more balanced approach. The global stocktake, we had a huge and high impact that it was going to change and is going to deliver things for us. But what we've seen in the letter written needs to be firmed up and be more balanced and fairly written. Yes, we in the developing countries, Africa and the climate vulnerable, at the receiving end of the climate crisis, deserve to be listened to and appreciated in more better ways than paragraph 28 seems to be doing. In one breath, we are giving timelines that we are supposed to all indicate a transition away from fossil fuels. And in another paragraph, a timeline is left vague. We think we should look at these 2050, 2030 timelines if we are going to stick to net zero as a point. You can't say developing countries that have recently found fossil fuels and using it for development should transition away from it by 2050. The emphasis on 2050. And then other greenhouse gas emitting, not CO, like methane, should just reduce in a manner that is appreciated. I don't think there's fairness there. We hope that, yes, a lot has been achieved with the funds and mitigation and adaptation, but going forward, in Baku and Berlin, we seem to probably be better paragraph 28. Thank you, Excellency, and we would upload our statement.
Thank you, Ghana. Iraq, you have the floor. Iraq, you have the floor.
السيد الرئيس، في اليوم الأخير لمؤتمر الأطراف 22 التغيرات المناخية في دبي، نتقدم بالشكر والتقدير للأشقاء في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على حسن التنظيم والضيافة، ونتقدم بالشكر لرئاسة المؤتمر ولكم شخصيا لما بذلتموه من جهود لإنجاح هذا المؤتمر. إن جمهورية العراق تدعم ما جاء في كلمة الوفد السعودي الشقيق نيابة عن المجموعة العربية، ونؤكد على ضرورة الالتزام بما ورد في مبادئ الاتفاقية الإطارية واتفاق باريس، وبالأخص المسؤولية المشتركة لكن المتباينة، والمسؤولية التاريخية في حدود ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري، والسعي الجاد والحثيث في تحقيق الهدف العالمي في خفض معدل درجة الحرارة العالمية أقل من 2 درجة مئوية، ومواصلة الجهود لعدم وصولها إلى 1.5 درجة مئوية من خلال خفض الانبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة في جميع القطاعات ومن مختلف مصادر الانبعاثات دون تحديد قطاع أو مصدر معين للانبعاثات، مع إلزامية الخفض بالنسبة للدول المتقدمة كونها المسؤولة تاريخيا عن حصول مشكلة التغيرات المناخية، وطواعيته بالنسبة للبلدان النامية باعتبارها بلدان متأثرة بهذه الظاهرة، وبحسب ما تم تقديمه من وثائق المساهمات الوطنية وفقا للظروف والاحتياجات الوطنية. وبناء على ذلك نود بيان تحفظنا بخصوص ما جاء في المادة 28، إذ يجب أن لا نركز على نوع الوقود المستخدم، وإنما نركز على تحقيق التحول الآمن والعادل والتدريجي وبما يضمن العدالة الاجتماعية ومصالح الشعوب، مع التأكيد على مبادئ العدالة والإنصاف في تطبيق جميع عناصر اتفاق باريس بشفافية، والتي من بينها تعهد الدول المتقدمة بتمويل صندوق المناخ الأخضر ب100 مليار دولار سنويا اعتبارا من عام 2020، وبما يسهم في دعم البلدان النامية في التكيف مع تأثير تغيرات المناخ في القطاعات الهشة المتأثرة والقابلة للتأثر بهذه التغييرات، لكي لا نترك أحدا خلف الركب. ونؤكد على ضرورة دعم الدول النامية بالموارد المالية اللازمة وبناء القدرات ونقل التكنولوجيا، وبما ينسجم مع تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة ومكافحة الفقر والازدهار الاقتصادي وبناء مستقبل مرن مستدام للأجيال القادمة. يرجو العراق من الرئاسة الكريمة تثبيت ما ورد في أعلاه من ملاحظات كموقف رسمي لجمهورية العراق، شاكرين جهود جميع الجهود المتوافرة والوفود في هذه القاعة لجهودهم في إنجاح المؤتمر. ختاما لا يفوتنا إلا أن نذكر إخواننا في فلسطين، حفظ الله فلسطين وشعبها ورحم شهدائهم وشافى جرحاهم. الهدف كوكب واحد، مستقبل واحد، أجيال واحدة نعمل سوية على استدامتها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Iraq. Japan, you have the floor. Japan, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to commend the efforts of the presidency and all the parties for having reached this successful conclusion at this critical COP. I recall that we successfully adopted the decision on the funding arrangements and the fund responding to loss and damage on the very first day of COP28. Further, I welcome the successful conclusion of the first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. Through the intensive 2 weeks discussions, we witness the power of collective resolve, the strength of unity, and the spirit of global cooperations, despite the differences among parties. The climate crisis strikes every country, disregarding the borders and regions. Now, all parties must move forward and show the highest ambition towards 1.5-degree goal in the next NDC, and realize tangible emission reductions reflecting the outcomes of the global stocktake. Let me remind you that Article 6 of the Paris Agreement enabled to mobilize private finance and deepen global efforts for emissions reductions. We should not forget that Article 6 is indispensable for the achievement of 1.5-degree goal. We call on all parties to find solutions for full operationalization at COP29. May the decisions made in this room inspire nations, communities, and individuals to accelerate progress towards a sustainable and resilient future. I thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give Palau the floor. Palau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I take the floor on behalf of the PCIDS, and we fully align with the statement made by Samoa on behalf of AOSIS. The UAE has set a new bar in the execution and organization of the COP, and we thank you, your team, and the UNFCCC Secretariat for your dedication and tremendous effort in bringing us to the outcome we stand on today. Mr. President, as mentioned by our colleague from Bangladesh, your people were pearl divers, and within a very short time, you have envisioned and transformed your country into a modern vision of the future. The people of UAE are visionary, and Mr. President, today the UAE delivered on a new vision for our world, one without fossil fuels. As the Pacific SIDS, one of the groups most vulnerable to climate change, we thank you. Mr. President, we understand the difficulties of multilateralism and the incredible challenge of getting 200 countries to agree on something as critical as the GST in writing. We want to acknowledge and celebrate that our 1.5-degree North Star is clear as our guiding light, and science and the IPCC are also strongly referenced as the basis for our objective decision-making. However, it would be remiss of us not to mention our concerns with loopholes in the text that create difficulties in reaching the path ahead that avoids breaching 1.5. The phrase energy systems instead of a full economy transition in the move away from fossil fuels is one such loophole, as are carbon capture and storage mechanisms, which are unproven and uneconomic technologies that divert investment and focus. We are concerned about the language regarding fossil fuel subsidies and transition fuels. Nevertheless, we need to set sail and course correct quickly, and we need to work together. That means all parties must deliver on their new 1.5 aligned NDCs through various means of implementation, specifically on financing and access to finance. Mr. President, we also want to thank the UAE for being the first developing country to contribute to the soon-to-be-named Loss and Damage Fund, which we see as a critical development in getting it adopted and over the line. We thank the various donors for hearing our call to support those most vulnerable to climate change. We look forward to continuing to work together and accelerating our progress on our way to Azerbaijan, and to Brazil in sailing towards our North Star of 1.5 degrees. Mr. President, in my language, Masulang, I thank you.
Thank you. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Nigeria appreciates the leadership of the COP presidency and the government of UAE for hosting a wonderful COP28. We appreciate the progresses that have been made at this COP and the good prominence that is given to nature-based solutions. As well captured in our national statement of Nigeria during the opening plenary, despite the heavy burden of climate change on Nigeria, Nigeria will continue to play a part in fighting the menace of climate change. Science has shown clearly that developing countries like Nigeria have minimal contribution to climate change. Yet, we are the most vulnerable to the adverse consequences. There are widespread evidence of damage caused by climate change affecting sustainable development goals and sustainable development. Particularly, climate change presents huge challenges to Nigeria's current development priorities, especially in the area of food security, ending poverty, economic growth, job creation, access to capital, inclusivity, and national security. Currently, in Nigeria, we are on the path of implementing sectoral policy measures, which includes the ETP, developing long-term, low-emission development strategies, climate change, and mitigation initiatives. There is no doubt, Mr. President, that the text just adopted is leaving a lot of African and Nigerian questions unanswered. Some of those questions were briefly itemized by Zambia, speaking on behalf of the African group. The questions of means of implementation, quadruple adaptation finance, and so on, need to be answered. Nigeria, therefore, aligns with the statement made by our broader developing countries, including Ghana, Iraq, and Senegal. We note that some of the outcomes of COP28 could become suffocating to economic growth of developing countries, which should not be the goal of climate actions. To move the world in a just, equitable manner towards 1.5, the developed countries need to be more forthcoming in providing support to developing countries like Nigeria in the form of large-scale investment, technological transfers, capacity building, and funding. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nigeria, for your statement. I now give the floor to the United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, my delegation sincerely expresses its gratitude to you, Mr. President, for your leadership that has brought us to this historical moment. The adoption of the UAE consensus on GST, on the GGA, Just Transition Work Programme, loss and damage, and many other decisions is not only historical, but also reaffirms the UAE's vision that the world can indeed collectively unite, act, and deliver on climate action in an inclusive manner. Mr. President, when we came here as a delegation, we had a mission that has now partially been fulfilled by adoption of these decisions today. The operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund here in Dubai and its early capitalization, in particular by the UAE, will go down into history under your name. Mr. President, the adoption of the UAE consensus is not only crucial for the United Republic of Tanzania, but for the continent as well. It is now a guiding decision to all parties to scale up their actions towards the 1.5 degrees agenda. The decision is particularly important towards availing adequate means of implementation for the decisions agreed today. It is extremely critical that all adaptation and mitigation actions are linked to adequate financing, technology, and human capital development. We invite investment, financing, and technology transfer that are consistent with the scale of the problem, that will not lead our countries to more debt stress, and that will focus on actions that consider the need to accelerate sustainable development and better livelihood of our communities. As we unlock the Just Energy Transition Work Programme, and as my President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, appealed at the beginning of this conference, we need to ensure a gender-inclusive just energy transition, ensuring that clean cooking is part of this global just energy transition agenda, particularly for Africa, where we still have over 900 million people without clean cooking solutions. We are convinced that parties will deliver on what we have committed today. We are confident that the just transition pathways will not undermine the principles of the Convention, the Paris Agreement, and the right to development. The United Republic of Tanzania, therefore, looks forward to working with you, Mr. President, as we unlock this historical consensus in all areas in the months and the years to come. Let me once again reiterate my delegation's sincere gratitude to you, the entire UAE team, and the UNFCCC Secretariat for such an historical call. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tanzania. New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. President. I start by aligning with the statements made by Australia on behalf of the Umbrella Group. Every party, every stakeholder in this room, every person outside and in our home countries relies on us to act. We started with a historic decision on day one, operationalising the fund for addressing loss and damage. We looked to build the framework for the global goal on adaptation, and we have done so. On mitigation, we came to Dubai, looking to follow our guiding star of 1.5 and to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. While there is hard work to do, with the decision on the global stocktake, we have taken a crucial step to move forward. This year is a turning point for the global energy system. First, the International Energy Agency has shown that the demand for fossil fuels will peak in this decade. Now, with this decision, countries have committed to get to net zero energy and build a world that no longer relies on fossil fuels. This makes a clear signal to the global economy and markets, a shift in global investment, and the beginning of the permanent global decline for fossil fuels. Parties have agreed to align their next NDCs with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees and make them cover all sectors, all gases. New Zealand recognises the work of the Alliance of Small Island States, first to establish the 1.5 degree limit and now to ensure that we deliver it. New Zealand acknowledges the serious concerns raised by Samoa on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. We will act on the science. New Zealand stands with our Pacific neighbours, and we reaffirm our commitment to you and your future. New Zealand knows that the hard work to implementation is ahead, and we must not delay. But, President, we are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you and others in this room to take this step forward. Lastly, New Zealand thanks deeply our hosts of the UAE and President Dr. Sultan Al Jaber for their exceptional hosting and leadership. Thank you all, colleagues. Tēnā koutou, Katoa.
Thank you, New Zealand. I now give the floor to Italy.
Thanks, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the agreement reached here is an historical achievement. It takes into account all the most relevant aspects of the Paris Agreement and the profoundly different demands of the various states, which, however, recognize a common and objective ground guided by science. For this reason, the agreement reached can be considered both balanced and profitable for this historical phase, characterized by strong international tensions that weigh on the transition process. Italy, within the framework of the European commitment, has been engaged and determined until the last moment for the best possible results. About fossil fuels, in the agreement, there is a clear message of acceleration towards their progressive elimination, recognizing their transitional role. We have for the first time a common language on transitioning away from fossil fuels for net zero emissions by 2050. The agreement highlights the need for deep and rapid reductions in greenhouse gas emissions within a framework of strong affirmation of renewable energies, energy efficiency, and a key role both for nuclear energy and hydrogen. Of particular importance is also the emphasis placed on the need to reduce emissions in transportation with zero and low emission vehicles. I also want to recall the valuable legacy of this COP in helping developing countries and those affected by climate catastrophes, thanks to the excellent work and valuable results carried out by the UAE presidencies and by all the members of the delegations that have worked tirelessly to reach the goal. Italy in Europe has been among the largest contributors to the loss and damage fund with 100 million euros, while throughout a series of bilateral agreements it has sought to strengthen the development of projects aimed at adaptation and energy efficiency in areas such as the Middle East, Africa, America, as well as Ukraine. This is an historic moment for us, but even more for our younger and next generations, who must have a central role tackling climate crisis towards a net zero emissions future starting from today. I thank you.
Thank you, Italy. I now give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I wish to align Canada with the Umbrella Group statement delivered by Australia earlier today. After 2 weeks of intense discussions, we can confidently say that we are leaving Dubai having made genuine progress. The outcome of the global stocktake provides us with clear direction and a sobering reminder of what it will take to get on track. Achieving consensus on the transition away from fossil fuels in our energy systems is monumental. So too is our shared commitment to accelerate efforts towards the phase-down of unabated coal power, triple renewables, and double the annual rate of energy efficiency. These are powerful signals, Mr. President, but as those on the front lines remind us, for example, the Small Island developing states and LDCs, much more is required. There is no room for complacency in our pursuit to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius alive. Through our current and future NDCs, we know we must also adapt much faster to the current impacts of climate change. We are proud to leave Dubai with an ambitious framework on the global goal on adaptation. An orderly and just transition is impossible without the leadership of workers, and we welcome the decision on the work program on just transitions. We also welcome this COP's call to action, recognizing that mobilizing finance on the scale required will take a comprehensive and holistic effort. We must draw on the widest range of sources possible, public, private, domestic, and international, We must align financial flows. While we note many positive outcomes overall, Mr. President, the emphasis on human rights, as Norway has said, is not as strong as it needs to be. For Canada, human rights and the rights of Indigenous peoples must always be respected, promoted, and fulfilled as an integral part of climate action. Finally, Mr. President, let me express our immense gratitude to the UAE COP presidency team and to the UNFCCC Secretariat. Canada stands ready to support you and work with you. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Canada, for your statement. I now give the floor to Argentina.
Estimado señor presidente y colegas, en nombre de la Argentina, Brasil y Uruguay, quisiera agradecer a Emiratos Árabes Unidos por el éxito de la organización y resultados de esta COP. Llegamos a Dubái con muchas expectativas y también incertidumbres respecto al grado en que iban a poder cumplirse nuestras ambiciones, pero después de 2 semanas de arduo trabajo quisiéramos resaltar algunos logros. En la sesión de apertura, un gran paso ha sido la adopción de la decisión por la cual se operacionalizó el Fondo para Pérdidas y Daños, el cual recibió también importantes promesas por parte de países desarrollados, así como de países en desarrollo. Siendo una muestra de la capacidad de la comunidad internacional para movilizar recursos cuando se tiene la convicción. En el cierre de esta COP, se concluyó el primer balance global, uno de los mandatos del Acuerdo de París. Fueron discusiones arduas que resultaron en el consenso de las partes en mantener la ambición con base en la ciencia. Asimismo, logramos adoptar un marco para el Objetivo Global de Adaptación, prioridad fundamental para los países en desarrollo. Celebramos también la operacionalización de la Red de Santiago, que permitirá la provisión de asistencia técnica para los países en desarrollo, para evitar, minimizar y abordar las pérdidas y daños, catalizando la asistencia técnica de las organizaciones, organismos, redes y expertos. Respecto a la decisión de caminos hacia transiciones justas, como países en desarrollo nos alegra que también se tome conciencia de la importancia de lograr transiciones que contemplen todas las dimensiones del desarrollo sostenible, contemplando la erradicación de la pobreza basadas en las prioridades y las necesidades nacionales. En relación con el financiamiento, esperamos que los acuerdos alcanzados permitan cumplir también con los compromisos presentes en la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas y su Acuerdo de París, particularmente el compromiso incumplido de los países desarrollados en proveer el financiamiento necesario para que los países en desarrollo logremos implementar las medidas climáticas y alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible en sus 3 dimensiones. A este respecto, el nuevo objetivo colectivo cuantificado será clave. En 2024 debemos trabajar para mantener el nuevo objetivo operacionalizado y en pleno funcionamiento en 2025. La capacidad de alcanzar el objetivo del Acuerdo de París y mantener su ambición depende de la voluntad de los Estados parte. La ciencia es muy clara respecto a la urgencia que enfrentamos. Depende de nosotros tomar las medidas necesarias para evitar el aumento de temperatura que en caso de actuar resultaría intolerable para la vida en la Tierra. Esperamos que los logros alcanzados en Dubái nos permitan continuar avanzando en la implementación de la Convención Marco y su Acuerdo de París y continuar con el mismo espíritu de ambición en la próxima COP, que tendrá lugar en Azerbaiyán, y en la COP 30, que tendrá lugar en Belén, Brasil. Felicitamos a ambos por su elección y aseguramos nuestro total apoyo y compromiso. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina, for the statement. I now invite the Federal Republic of Ethiopia.
Thank you. Excellencies, Co-President, Chairs of subsidiary bodies, distinguished delegates and colleagues. On behalf of Ethiopia, I extend our deepest gratitude to COP28 Presidency and the Emirati authorities. The organizational excellence and the warm hospitality provided in hosting this significant conference have been exceptional. Your efforts have created an environment conducive to fruitful discussions and meaningful progress. Ethiopia wishes to congratulate the COP28 Presidency for the successful delivery of a comprehensive and balanced set of decisions. Your leadership has been instrumental in navigating the complex and diverse interests represented here, culminating in the outcome that reflects our collective commitment to addressing the pressing issue of climate change. A pivotal movement of this COP28 has been the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund on the first day of COP28. Ethiopia wholeheartedly welcomes and appreciates this decision. This fund represents a long-standing demand of developing countries, and its establishment marks a significant milestone in our collective climate action journey. The Loss and Damage Fund is more than a financial mechanism. It is a beacon of hope for nations grappling with devastating impacts of climate change. It acknowledges the challenges we face and offers a tangible means of support to mitigate these adversities. Ethiopia is encouraged by the commitments made towards captivating the fund. We urge the global community to ensure that the financing of this fund is not only immediate, but also sustained and scaled to match the magnitude of loss and damage already experienced by our countries. It is crucial that the fund remains robust and responsive to the evolving needs of these most vulnerable to the climate change impacts. It is time to mobilize resources, innovate solutions, and engage each other. Our actions today will determine the safety and sustainability of our planet for future generations. Let's not just meet our targets, let's strive to exceed them. Let's turn this challenge into an opportunity to show what can achieve when we unite for a common cause. Once again, I would like to extend my congratulations to COP28 Presidency for their achievement in effectively delivering a comprehensive and well-balanced series of decisions. I thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. The Maldives.
Thank you. Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to align my statement with the statement delivered by Cuba on behalf of G77 and China, and with the statement delivered by Samoa on behalf of IOCs. Mr. President, Maldives wishes to express its deep gratitude to the government of the United Arab Emirates, its people, especially to the people of Dubai. Your warm hospitality and exceptional leadership have greatly contributed to the outcomes that we have just achieved. Over 3 decades ago in Rio, the international community acknowledged SIDS as a special case for sustainable development, recognizing us as the most vulnerable group of communities. We stand firm in reiterating that SIDS should remain as a special case due to our inherent vulnerabilities. Since COP26, we have made it a priority to engage in Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation, including informally launching the work program in the Maldives in May of 2022. We welcome the conclusion of the work program and the adoption of the framework. It is paramount that adaptation action and support continues to be accelerated and that the momentum for adaptation does not fade. The operationalization of the global goal on adaptation is important to enhance the well-being of people and planet. And provide direction to undertake transformational adaptation actions in key areas of food security, water, health, ecosystem, and infrastructure. We are leaving this COP having operationalized the fund for loss and damage on day one, and are grateful to have been able to play a role in the work of the Transitional Committee. Representing the views and interests of SEEDS, Maldives acknowledges the numerous pledges that have been made to this much-needed arrangement, but further capitalization in the near term is crucial to ensure that effectiveness of the fund in responding to the needs and priorities of developing country parties. On that front, we also welcome the operationalization of the Santiago Network, which will support developing countries in addressing their technical support needs for loss and damage. Small island developing states have long been vocal about loss and damage and what it means for our very survival. Since 1989, the Maldives has been committed to getting the international community to acknowledge global warming and sea level rise, and the impacts we face as a global temperature rise. As we inch closer to overshooting 1.5 degrees of warming, we will continue to breach our limits to adaptation. At 1.1 degrees, we are already responding to the impacts to our water, food, fisheries, security, biodiversity, coastlines, and people. On this final day, we are leaving in Dubai with the conclusion of the first ever global stocktake. While we acknowledge progress since the adoption of Paris Agreement 8 years ago, we have made enough progress needed to secure the future of our people and our planet. It is clear that we are not on the path to achieve 1.5 degree. We cannot be clear. Maldives cannot adapt beyond 1.5 degree. The forward-looking outcomes of the GST must guide the next steps, and course correction within the next few years is critical. The science tells us that we can course correct, but for that we would need enhanced means of implementation. We must mobilize finance at scale and speed required, simplify access, remove red tapes, enhance capacity building, and increase technology transfer. On that front, Mr. President, we also count on your leadership to ensure that we can deliver a strong outcome on the new collective quantified goal on climate finance next year, an outcome that delivers for the most vulnerable. Mr. President, before I conclude, I wish once again to reiterate the crucial need for our collective decisions and actions to be in line with 1.5 degree and ensure it is within reach. I would also like to congratulate Azerbaijan for hosting the upcoming COP29. We wish Azerbaijan a successful COP ahead. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Maldives. I'd like to invite Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by commending you, Mr. President, and your team for the great work throughout this COP. It has been so refreshing to see how you sought to accommodate everyone and build bridges through solidarity, and how you genuinely sought consensus by continuously consulting with all groups. The adoption of the UAE consensus at a record time, the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, and the many pledges and declarations at this COP all attest to the efficiency and the commitment of the UAE to deliver a different COP, a COP for all, and we thank you, Mr. President. We align with the statement made earlier by Zambia on behalf of Africa. Mr. President, the outcome of COP28 sends the right signals to the world, with reaffirmed commitment to the 1.5 goal, committing all to accelerating action, especially in this critical decade on the basis of science and equity. The launch of the roadmap to Mission 1.5, we believe, will keep us all focused on the North Star. The commitment to tripling renewable energy by 2030 and doubling energy efficiency, with 2050 as the target year for global net zero, is a strong acknowledgement that renewables is the future. We would like, however, to reiterate the reality of the African continent as captured in the Nairobi Declaration of the African Climate Summit, which is the need to increase the current renewable energy capacity of the continent from 56 gigawatts to 300 gigawatts by 2030, almost 5 times increase, in order to achieve climate-positive growth and provide electricity to the 600 million people without energy access and to the almost 1 billion people without clean cooking. The emphasis on conservation and protection of natural ecosystems, including oceans and coastal ecosystems and ocean-based mitigation actions, is a great message for the biodiverse rich countries. Mr. President, the importance of adaptation for developing countries cannot be overemphasized. The adaptation language could have been better, especially on quantifiable and measurable targets and timelines, as well as on roadmap to scaling finance with specific numbers. On finance, Mr. President, we welcome the strong narrative building in the document. The recognition of the positive connection between sufficient fiscal space and climate-resilient development, the call for urgent financial system reform to support achievement of Paris goals, the call on MDB's shareholders to align and scale up funding, the call for scale-up grant-based concessional finance and non-debt instruments, all are positive and necessary steps that require implementation and follow-up in the financial forums to enable debt-distressed countries adapt to worsening climate impacts. This cannot be incremental steps, but a set of coherent and urgent actions that result in a systemic shift necessary for the change that leads to equality and inclusion. Mr. President, we all applaud the call to transition reached here. But this can only be achieved with the right investments. It's about access to affordable, accessible, and adequate financing for climate-positive growth for all in a fair and equitable world. We look forward to working closely with you and all parties on all these issues, especially the UAE new financial framework, including accelerating the ongoing work on innovative sources of finance, a number of which were launched here. Finally, on the matter of hosting the Santiago Network Secretariat, Kenya, as the only UN headquarters in the Global South, with the biggest UN campus, offers and is ready to be the host of the Secretariat if successfully selected. Mr. President, this COP was a historic conference, and once again we thank you and UAE for the tremendous leadership and the success of COP28. I thank you.
Thank you. State of Palestine, you have the floor. State of Palestine, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية أود أن أهنئ دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على نجاح هذا المؤتمر التاريخي الذي سيشكل نقطة تحول في العمل المناخي العالمي. إن تعزيز العمل المناخي يهدف إلى الحماية والحفاظ على حقوق أبنائنا وأطفالنا ومستقبلهم، ولكن ما يحدث في دولة فلسطين التي ترزح تحت الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وتعاني من انتهاكاته وانتهاكات مستوطنيه للبيئة الفلسطينية وحربه الحالية على غزة والإبادة الجماعية والتهجير القسري لأهلنا، ضاربا بعرض الحائط اتفاقيات حقوق الإنسان وقتل الأطفال والنساء، ويعقد مهمتنا في مكافحة تغير المناخ. سيد الرئيس، كما كان هناك إجماع على العمل المناخي، نطالب أن يكون هناك إجماع على تطبيق مبادئ حقوق الإنسان لحماية أطفالنا ومستقبلهم. وهنا نؤكد أنه لا يوجد تنمية مستدامة ومكافحة لتغير المناخ بالشكل المطلوب في ظل الاحتلال والحرب. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the representatives of the State of Palestine. I will now open the floor for statements from the observer organizations. I encourage them to make brief statements of 2 minutes. I'd like to give the floor to representatives speaking on behalf of youth non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
We, the young people, stand before you, not as individuals, but as a collective voice of children and youth worldwide that struggle against genocide, colonialism, militarism, and occupation, and how it's inextricable from climate justice. The outcomes of this COP that you just stood up clapping for are so weak that you had just now written my obituary at just 16 years old. We tried to warn the world that the conflict of interest that presides over this COP and the fossil fuel lobbies in these halls, this text smells like oil and like gas. The outcomes of this COP are proof that you are sellouts. You are sellouts to corporate interests. Shame. You have made your stance clear. You care more about profit than about our future. Shame. We demand a full, fair, feminist, and equitable phase-out of all fossil fuels, and all fossil fuels subsidized. We will accept nothing else. Cancel debt. We still need to address the roots of the problem, transform our international financial system, transform our economic system. We will continue fighting, and we will not give up. The youth have been fighting for genuine inclusion since COP1. But the presidency, youth climate champion decision shows a blatant abuse of power it was taken without our consensus. And it does not represent us. This process did not meaningfully include constituency. The process left people behind. We will keep fighting to ensure that the presidency, the youth climate champion, reinforces our role and directs all of our efforts to solely the interests of children and youth.
While you have sat here negotiating texts for the 28th time, people are dying. Today, as we discuss human rights, many countries in this room are sending foreign aid for bombings while crumbs have been left for climate finance. You constantly say that you are defending the rights of future generations. But as the representation of those generations here, we say, not in our name, for shame! The participation of small island developing states has been obstructed in this process. Here in this plenary, we witnessed a horrendous injustice. Not in our name! The gaveling of the global stocktake tax was met with thunderous applause in this room. You have signed people's death warrants while they were outside the door and applauded yourselves for it. For shame! Power to the people!
And settler colonialism. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Ceasefire now!
Fast, fair, feminist, funded, phase out.
We have not yet been defeated. We will never be defeated.
Thank you. And I've said this many times, and allow me to repeat it one more time. I've said in all my meetings with observers, with civil society, with NGOs, with all relevant stakeholders, and I'll say this again, You will continue to stay very high on our agenda. You are central to the prosperity of this world, and that's why we've worked very hard in ensuring the full inclusivity of everyone, including you, youth, civil society, NGOs, indigenous peoples, gender, and we'll continue to work very hard in ensuring that you continue to have an effective role in this process. I thank you again. I'd like now to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of business and industry non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
COP28 President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to address you on behalf of the global business community at the closing of this COP28. We commend the COP28 President and his team for their leadership and for the tremendous efforts to stage a summit built on inclusivity, ambition and delivery. This conference was a critical moment to assess the world's progress towards the imperative goals of the Paris Agreement. We all came in knowing the answer. Much has been achieved since Paris, but collectively we are far behind where we need to be. What we did not know beforehand was how the world, how you, would choose to respond. President, parties, you have listened to all and achieved a historical consensus. Today you send a powerful signal to all national governments to increase the scale and pace of efforts to get back on course to 1.5 degrees. The operationalization and initial pledges to the Loss and Damage Fund already on the first day, a critical first step. The energy package with clear goals gives clarity, direction to the global business community. The call to deliver enhanced NDCs between now and next year. Progress on the new arrangements for adaptation. These are impressive political and technical achievements. There are, to be sure, gaps in the agreement, and much work remains to be done. Going forward, we urge all parties to involve the whole of society in the preparation of the next NDCs, including business and industry, and particularly to put in place much-needed enabling policies. We have much to contribute, not just investments, but know-how, technologies and solutions to enable the transition, including on adaptation. A 1.5-degree world is not achieved just by stopping things. It also requires building things, putting in place reliable processes and systems, and business knows how to do it. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, much has been pledged here and many words have been spoken, but ultimately delivery is the test. Every country, every business and every person must be part of the solution. We must act as united nations and move forward together with wisdom, courage and fortitude. This is the only way to build a just, sustainable and prosperous world. Shukran, I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the representatives of ENGO, the constituency of environmental NGOs. There are two speakers who will have 1 minute each. First, I give the floor to a representative from Climate Action Network. You have the floor.
President, my name is Tasnim Esop, and I speak on behalf of the Climate Action Network. Civil society came to this COP with a simple litmus test: to deal a blow to the era of fossil fuels. But ending the fossil fuel era should be just and should be equitable. Rich nations must go first and fast. They should start by stopping their expansion and licensing of all new fossil fuel projects, including gas, right now. They are already busting any chance of staying within 1.5 degrees. Rich nations and big polluters must also fund this energy transition in developing countries. We will escalate our fights to ensure that this finance is delivered. We will not allow rich nations to shift the burden to poor nations and peoples least responsible for this crisis. To the fossil fuel industry and their allies, you came here with your power, resources, and lobbyists. But we will defeat you. Do not think that you have been given a license with all the loopholes in this outcome. Your time is up. There is no space in this world for industries that profit from the destruction of our planet and its people. No place for fossil fuels and no place for militarization. Cease fire now, end fossil fuels, fast, fair, and funded. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Next, I give the floor to a representative from Demand Climate Justice. You have the floor.
COP28 Presidency. My name is Emiliana Reynoso, and I speak on behalf of ENGO, DCJ Demand Climate Justice. I come from Chile, a region with sacrifice zones where the fossil fuel industry has destroyed the land, polluted our waters, poisoned our people, and left us locked into poverty. We are on the front line of the climate crisis and cannot afford more extractivism in our territories. This green colonialism needs to stop now. Let me be clear. This outcome is full of hypocrisy of the global north. Mentioning fossil fuels means nothing without equity and justice, without grant-based finance. It means nothing if it promotes dangerous loopholes such as carbon capture and storage. It means nothing if global north countries do not do their fair share. A fossil fuel phase-out requires a just and equitable transition of our energy systems and economies, with proper means of implementation, human rights, common but differentiated responsibilities, and real international cooperation. 500 years of colonialism. This outcome deepens that unjust system. COP28 has served developed countries to continue oppressing developing countries. We are poor because the ground we tread is rich. These development models develops inequality. At COP28, we didn't ask for charity. We demanded justice. And you fail us. This outcome is not historic. It is shameful. We demand climate justice and equity. End fossil fuels, fast, fair, funded. Ceasefire now. Free Palestine. Liberate all peoples. La lucha continúa.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for such a rich and informative statement. I'd like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of farmers, a constituency of farmers' non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your charisma and the UAE's unique hospitality. This is Jakir, a farmer from East Huzonkati, Goila, Bangladesh. And I'm representing on behalf of the farmers across the world in the farmers' constituency who are on the front line of climate impacts. Farmers had high expectations of a COP that started by putting agriculture high on the agenda, with the launch of the UAE Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture and Climate Action. We welcome the UAE consensus, but farmers' ambition has not been recognized here in Dubai. First, we are extremely disappointed by the outcome of the Sharm Joint Work on Agriculture. The failure to agree on the roadmap is a failure to deliver for farmers. It is time to stop debating process and get on with the important work of implementation. Second, we are dismayed that the first GST failed to acknowledge the important role and need for active engagement of farmers in addressing and responding to climate change and enhancing ambition. We deeply believe that farmers' voice must be heard. We call for a greater consideration of our priorities in all decisions that impact us all. Climate finance must deliver for all farmers by involving them directly in the design and governance of climate programs and targeting them as direct recipients of funds. The next round of NDCs and national climate plans must raise credible ambition and action for agriculture through the active engagement of farmers in the definition of goals and objectives. Farmers are part of the solution to climate change, Mr. President, and we stand ready to work with you beyond COP28. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. I'd like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of indigenous peoples' organizations. You have the floor.
Bojo Anin, hello. My name is Sarah Hansen, and I am an Anishinaabe youth from Bitigan, Nishnabeg, on the north shore of Gitchigami of Turtle Island in what is colonially known as Canada. Firstly, we would like to thank the COP presidency and all the parties that supported Indigenous peoples this year and recognized our role as the guardians of Mother Earth. In particularly, we thank the COP presidency for the dialogue with our caucus, especially with our Indigenous youth. Thank you for the compromise decision, but we would like to remind all of you that we cannot compromise for our Mother Earth. We cannot compromise with protecting all living beings. We must act respectfully and reciprocally for the very being that provides us all life. Yes, in this COP, you see Indigenous leaders and Indigenous youth in every corner of the venue. We are indispensable to climate action and decision at all levels, but yet our rights and knowledge continue to be relegated to the sidelines in negotiations and established youth spaces. We are not here simply for your photo opportunities. We are rights holders under the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we must be at the decision-making table. Why are we seeing greater numbers of oil and gas lobbyists including in the closed-door negotiations? These individuals outnumbered Indigenous delegates 7 times over. They've been given a green light to continue developing on our lands in the name of green colonialism and false solutions. The just transition cannot be an excuse for the extraction of minerals on our lands. We will not allow our rights to be diminished, undermined, combined, or confused in any way. Regardless of the power imbalances and lack of transparency in the negotiations, we remain committed to ensuring that our voices, our solutions, and our wisdom guide the development of an effective climate strategy. This includes keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius target alive and transforming from the colonial capitalist systems that created this crisis and continue to commodify the sacred. Empty pledges and promises cannot resolve the climate crisis. Our inherent collective rights, knowledge systems, and participation have continued to be overlooked in the global stocktake, and we are worried about the Article 28 implementation, including Article 6, loss and damage, climate finance, just transition, and adaptation text adopted this morning. We are frontline defenders, stewards, and keepers of sacred relationships and knowledge necessary for a sustainable future. Our peoples have been sounding the alarms, and science has finally caught up with what Indigenous people have already known for generations. You must listen. Failing to do so further puts Indigenous peoples and the world at extinction. Our Indigenous knowledge, our ways of life, and solutions will bring forward the future we all need. Our inherent wisdom and stewardship of Mother Earth are the solution to the climate crisis, and you know it. We were the first caretakers of this planet, and we will continue to ensure she breathes properly. We simply hope you will join us.
Thank you for your statement. I'd like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of local governments and municipal authorities. You have the floor.
Mr. President, delegations, colleagues, my name is Yunus Arikan, Director of Global Advocacy at ICLE and the focal point of the LGMA constituency. Here in Dubai, hundreds of towns, cities, and regions, together with their leaders, staff and their networks, witnessed and supported leapfrogging of the global climate regime into climate emergency mode. We commend you, Mr. President, high-level champion Razan Mubarak, and all UAE COP28 team, supported by the UNFCCC Secretariat, for your leadership, vision, passion, hospitality, and the inclusive approach for this remarkable milestone. Let's not forget, this new era under the UAE consensus will be implemented in an urban world. Therefore, we particularly welcome, in particular, the paragraph 161 of the Global Stocktake and paragraph 9 of the Global Goal on Adaptation with explicit references to multi-level action and direct subnational access to loss and damage, amongst other COP28 outcomes. We also welcome the roadmap to Mission 1.5 degree initiative of the 3 COP presidencies. We hope the COP presidency CHAMP initiative to enhance multi-level action in 2025 national climate plans can support this effort effectively. Thus, we commend more than 70 nations that endorsed CHAMP initiative and invite others to join us towards Belém. After Dubai, the LGMA constituency will transform local stocktakes experience into annual town hall COPs in thousands of cities and regions globally as an additional innovation in this era of climate emergency action. 2 days ago, in this plenary hall, Mayor Barrow from Tarawa Island in Kiribati asked ministers to help him for a positive legacy to his 3-year-old grandson. We are confident that through the UAE consensus, Mayor Barrow and more than 500 subnational leaders joining COP28 in Dubai can offer hope to their community and future generations. Personally, I also believe here in Dubai, the UNFCCC community assured that we paid our dues to many of our fallen heroes over these years, like from Yoko Waller Hunter to Hugh Sealy and to Salim Hook. They can now rest in peace, and new generations of change makers can take this legacy forward. Shukran.
Thank you for your statement. I'd like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of research and independent non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, I am Shahan Salim from the University of Waterloo, representing the research and independent NGOs. As I speak, global conflict and geopolitical tensions are posing deep threats to our ability to reach climate goals. We implore parties to work for peace and to consider mechanism of peace as action towards climate, for this is an issue of human rights and environmental justice. The science is here. We need to use the most up-to-date data and scientific findings to ground decision-making. We need to continue advancing the science to build new knowledge of emerging solutions and worsening problems. The world has already warmed beyond 1.1 degrees, and urgent action is needed to arrest temperature increases as soon as possible. As scientists and researchers, we are cautious of advancing untested and unproven technologies that are being posited as silver bullet solutions to deeply complex and wicked problems. We urge parties to consider mechanisms to monitor and evaluate the possible impact of new and unproven technologies and to develop safe and effective guidelines for implementation. As parties seek consensus on these issues, know that we cannot rely solely on adaptation, and that adaptation is not a substitute for mitigation. Likewise, finance for loss and damage should be new and differentiated from adaptation finance, as these are distinct mechanisms for addressing current and future impacts of climate change. We see a continued need to open space for traditional knowledge and wisdom. Indigenous people and local communities are in tune with Earth in ways that Western science often neglects. And as such, we need to empower more diverse voices to implement realistic and scientifically founded solutions in situ, and move forward co-developing roadmaps and co-implementing concrete solutions for achieving successful outcomes. In closing, we need a full Earth policy focus that encompasses the vast spectrum of our Earth, from the glaciers on the highest mountains to the fumaroles at the depth of our vast oceans. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I'd like to give the floor to representatives speaking on behalf of trade unions, non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Dear Chair and delegates, my name is DJ from Canada.
I'm Dan from Australia.
We speak on behalf of the global trade union movement. With this agreement, the parties are sending the world a clear message. We are dangerously far behind. There is an enormous amount of work to do, and we still haven't committed to actually doing it. The how remains unclear. First, on the global stocktake, trade unions are calling for a just transition away from fossil fuels, and we are glad to see this imperative finally reflected in the text. But the text also includes, as referenced by many parties, many loopholes that do not inspire confidence that the parties will do what is necessary in the best interests of workers and all people. The GST acknowledges that a huge ambition gap exists to reach our 1.5-degree goal, and then it refuses to actually fill it. It's a similar story with climate finance. The final agreement acknowledges that a huge ambition gap exists, but again, it fails to fill it. Despite progress on the Loss and Damage Fund, we are still nowhere near mobilizing the level of finance urgently needed by developing countries, especially on adaptation. Looking to COP29, our labor demands need to be integrated in the climate financing through the NCQG.
Finally, on just transition. For the first time in the UNFCCC process, the Just Transition Work Program has firmly established the recognition of labor rights, and social protection has been included under adaptation. These represent real steps forward for workers everywhere. But the GST tells a very different story. Workers and our trade unions aren't mentioned once in the document. This is not an oversight. This is suppression, and it is deliberate. There are parties here that are afraid of workers, afraid of a world in which people get paid honest wages for honest work. This isn't us begging for scraps. You need us to negotiate effective climate solutions, but also to do the actual work. Who do you think is going to build the solar panels and the wind farms and the public transit systems? Who do you think is going to care for the sick and wounded after the fires and the floods? Without the active participation of all workers, the transition will not work. Billions of people across the world are workers. The International Trade Union Confederation officially represents 200 million of us, in both the formal and informal economies in 165 countries. But we stand with every single worker in calling for a just transition to a climate-safe future that is actually aligned with the 1.5-degree goal. Mr. President, as a proud Jewish trade unionist, I'll end by saying, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I'd like to give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of women and gender non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
We speak today on behalf of the Women and Gender Constituency, representing feminists from across the world and building on the power of the MENA Feminist Task Force, whose voices must be listened to. As movements, we fought hard and continue to fight for the end of the era of the fossil fuels in a just and equitable manner, towards a transition that centers human rights, gender equality, and care. It should not have taken us this many years to call for a transition away from fossil fuels. While critical, this outcome, full of false solutions and dangerous distractions, threatens any hope of keeping 1.5 alive. And this undermines the very survival of people on this planet.
An outcome that does not clearly deliver an end to the extractive system that has been harming, murdering, and destroying lands and bodies across the majority of the world cannot be applauded as delivering gender justice. An outcome that fails to center ambition in implementation and rebuild the essential trust and global solidarity needed for real climate action, with a clear commitment to new and additional grant-based public finance, is an outcome with no equity, no gender equality, and no climate justice. Where is the finance for the just transition? Where is the finance for the new energy package? Where is the finance for the critical global goal on adaptation? Where are the billions, not millions, needed for addressing loss and damage? This is money needed and promised yesterday. Why is there always money for war and never for climate action?
We are deeply committed to dismantling oppression and inequalities perpetuated by militarized, fossil fuel-driven colonial powers, bearing witness to the genocide in Palestine, the atrocities in Sudan and Afghanistan and the Congo, and in many regions around the world.
We join in solidarity with our allies here to demand a permanent ceasefire now, an end to fossil fuels with a just transition, fast, fair, fully funded, feminist, and forever.
Thank you all for your great statements. We have now reached the end of our joint plenary meeting. Delegates, colleagues, and friends, I must say that you did it. You delivered. This is a true victory of multilateralism. This is a victory of unity. This is a victory for solidarity. This is a victory for true collaboration, for international partnership, and for international cooperation. It is a true victory for those who are sincere and genuine in helping address this global climate challenge. It is a true victory for those who are pragmatic, results-oriented, and are driven by the science and led by the science. It has been my privilege to help guide this process and help bring a historic turning point that puts the world back on track to keeping 1.5 within reach. We have practiced what we have been preaching, and we delivered a true roadmap that will put us back on the right track and that will help course correct. I also want to thank the very many people that are in this room and that are outside of this room, representing civil society, indigenous peoples, the business community, the faith leaders, local leaders, and many others that I know for a fact have helped better inform this process and have contributed in a big way to achieving this historic result. I would also like to recognize two very special individuals, Gianni from my team and Annette. Gianni from my team and Annette from the Secretariat, plus their teams, for their hard work, for their commitment, and for their dedication, and the fact that they were able to deliver the first global stocktake. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I want to emphasize one very important point. This result of this historic, game-changing result is a testament to the power of inclusivity. And it is, in fact, this inclusivity that will be key to translating this political decision into real and tangible results in the real world. Allow me to say, I thank you all for your understanding, for your engagement, for your guidance, and for your continued support. Without you all, this would not have been possible. I thank you, and I appreciate all your efforts. Please enjoy the rest of your stay here in the United Arab Emirates, and safe travels to all. Thank you. Allow me please to declare the meeting adjourned.